What's up, gamers? You know, sometimes I'll be on the start and soon screen and I'm ready, but I just gotta let the song finish for real. Like, I can't skip the last 30 seconds of let down Mario N64 version. I gotta keep listening. So now you guys know. Now you know. Although, I think I'm usually on the starting soon screen for 3 minutes or less. Which is oftentimes quite a bit less than other streamers, but in fairness, mine are well, both the times in my stream and how long the starting soon screens are kind of sporadic. A lot of other streamers, A, will have a schedule, then B, they'll go live with the starting soon screen 30 minutes before their announced time or whatever, and they have an actual timer and stuff. But they don't have Frank, so who's really the better streamer? All right, I don't really know what other paints means. I don't know what the other categories of paints are that aren't in other, but guess in China. Okay, number 5. I really don't know. I mean, I guess Germany. It could be like Italy and Spain as well. Okay, Germany's number 1. All right. I'm gonna guess Japan, but I'm not that confident in it. I think it's probably gonna be other European countries, but I'm gonna guess Japan. Okay, number 8. I bet it's Italy, Spain, maybe Poland. I don't think it's going to be like Southeast Asian countries, but it could be as well. I'm going to guess Italy. All right. I'm gonna guess Spain. But I don't know. I feel like usually when there's Germany and Italy, there's also Spain. Okay, Spain was horrible. The Netherlands and the US. Man, I would have guessed the US eventually. Oh, Stream Elements bot running. Let's go. Huge. 20 billion. And it's a bunch of different stuff. Wheat, liquor, gas, wood, packaged medication, broadcasting equipment. I almost want to say like Switzerland, but Switzerland would have like gold and jewelry and stuff like that. So I don't know. 20 billion is a fair amount. I think it's too many to be like fucking countries in the Balkans. It could be maybe some country in South America, but I feel like they Oh wow. Thanks, Adobe Acrobat. I must restart my computer before using Adobe Acrobat. Oh no, how will I ever go this whole stream without using Adobe Acrobat? Okay, I don't think it is Italy, but that's my guess for now. Okay, interesting. Czechia? Above Czechia still? So there's no way. Is this fucking Poland? That's what I thought. Okay, damn it. Latvia then? Yeah. I knew it wasn't fucking Poland. I should have guessed. Latvia immediately. Well, immediately after. Czechia. I would not have known from the beginning that this was Latvia, obviously. Okay. Well, we wait for more people, I guess. We'll play a game of Export Hold'em. You tell me no one's on Export Hold'em right now? You tell me no one's on Export Hold'em right now? Coffee. I feel like... Can turkey grow? God, I feel like probably turkey, right? But it could be... Fuck it, I'm guessing turkey. Fuck. Switzerland. Platinum. I don't know which fucking country the platinum. Chile does mining of a lot of stuff. Oh, kill me. The US. I guess we do that a bit. I'm not winning this one, guys. I'm losing to the AI right now. I really don't know who would upsell. I would feel like... I'm guessing Japan. Kill me. Chile. T has gotta be Thailand. Maybe Malaysia. But I feel like Thailand. Japan, really? Really? Oh, it's so much more too. Rear view mirrors. Guess in Malaysia? Ah, it's Thailand. Nah, I'm totally screwed because I'm out of so many things. What's up, momentum? Bro, none of these countries are gonna have a cucumber. It's a country I've already guessed. I'm gonna guess US, but it's over. There's nothing I can do. We're gonna be the same shit with this. I mean, I feel like Norway exports more than Nigeria does, but maybe Nigeria has more gas. I'm guessing Norway though. Yeah, okay, of course. Hard liquor. That looks fun. Ezra Klein SLOP what happened? Well, we'll watch it. I don't think it's... I'm not sure it's that much slop. It looked like at least a little bit of slop though. He made a video interviewing some professor about our tax system and how evil the billionaires are. We'll see. What's up, Easy Money? Bro, listening to Will's debate that Carl did on TikTok live a few days ago pissed me off. I don't know who either of those people are. What do they talk about? I'm tired of Destiny and its only content being internecine squabbles with leftists or low IQ debates with MAGAs. It's clear Destiny has realized he isn't intelligent enough to go to debate on the substance. People don't want that. What do you mean? Easy money. You make fun of me all the time for like, well, not exclusively this or anything, but like for not like just like making the fucking Micah DNC slop or whatever. Like people don't want the substantive debate. People don't want debates where you're talking about studies and empirical evidence. People don't want that stuff, bro. They don't want it. They want leftists screaming at each other about random random bullshit. His name is Will's Talks. He's a lefty guy. Oh boy. He basically did the wealth inequality meme and effective tax rates are going down. Let's go! Stuff all those Splinter papers was otherwise. Yeah, incredible. Was he like, how far was he on the effective tax rates going down thing? Because I don't think it's like horrible or whatever to believe in the Messiah Zuckman estimates, right? But like people like, you watch Drew Gooden talk about it and he's just like, oh, we used to tax the rich at 90 bajillion% and now it's only 0.3% because apparently in modern times we care about effective rates, but back then we just care about the top statutory rate. But that's anything different. This research on a COVID lab leak in Israel, Palestine stuff was generally thoughtful and thorough. Sure, I think he has like made lazier content, especially since the fucking the lawsuit. But I'm not sure what would he be debating right now with like that well researched stuff or whatever. I'm not sure there's as big a market for that even anymore. Or like in a current, like, with the issues people are debating, it's like, maybe I guess you could go down like a really deep fucking foreign policy loophole and be a authoritative commentator on the Iran war. Maybe you could. He did quite a bit of research into Epstein a little bit ago, I guess. So, like, maybe there's that. But, like, Israel Palestine, I feel like that's an issue where, like, you can actually do a ton of research and there's a ton of stuff to know and, like, have those discussions. I don't think there's, like, as much. But, like, no one wants this. This is what I'm saying. Destiny still doesn't understand health insurance markets. It's sad and pathetic for someone of his caliber. No one he talks to understands healthcare markets either. No one wants that. You can't be making fun of me for doing my wonky stuff half the time, and then also be like, oh my god, I can't believe someone who is like this big or whatever doesn't understand some of this like wonky stuff. Like no one does, because people don't want it. I don't want it. It's not what's there. You guys see Micah posting about the minimum wage today or yesterday, maybe by now. When you find out, you're go washed.
April 15th was, as you may know, tax day here in the US. If you're a normal American, you make money through wages, probably not your favorite day of the year. If you make a median income or above, you're handing a lot of that money back to the government. But that is a price we pay for living in a society. Right? Well, not for everyone. You may remember this. In 2021, ProPublica published an investigation built on a bunch of leaked tax documents revealing what the richest Americans really pay, or don't. Warren Buffett had a true tax rate of 0.1%. Jeff Bezos, 0.98%. Michael Bloomberg, 1.3%. Now, we don't get to see their tax documents year on year.
Is that comparing it to their wealth? Is that comparing it to their wealth that they realized, all of their fucking assets? Hold on, I'm trying to find the Micah tweet real quick before I look that up. Oh, everyone on Twitter was shitting on him for this tweet. Wait a minute, I was told raising minimum wage would lead to mass unemployment because Hawaii is not now it's the lowest unemployment rate in the nation at just 2.2%. The minimum wage is $14 an hour. Our community noted. Minimum wage increases $16 per hour effective January 1st, 2026, not 14. Well, that just strengthens their point, really, but it ties South Dakota for the lowest U.S. unemployment rate at 2.2%. Wow. Community note. Making the point stronger. What are we doing? But yeah, causal inference is my passion.
But what they're doing, we kind of know what it is and how it works. So what is it and how does it work and what can we do about it? Ray Madoff is a professor at Boston College Law School who specializes in tax law and estate planning and is the author of The Second Estate, How the Tax Code Made an American Aristocracy. She knows how broken the tax system is, partially because she has helped the rich navigate it, and she has some ideas for how to fix it. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Ray Madoff, welcome to the show. Thanks.
The Wills and Carl guy we're debating mostly in history, which I'm not going to act like I'm read on. But when he started talking about how billionaires are controlling and ruining everything, the influence of money in politics, yeah, obviously. Oh wait, what the hell is not? Is this never mind. This is the thing I was playing last time.
So much, Ezra. Wonderful to be here.
So tax day just passed. A lot of us were doing our taxes here in the final couple of days, not naming any names. But let's start here. If you're a normal person, what kind of taxes do you pay?
You pay a lot of taxes. Here's the thing. Americans, anyone who has a job or anyone who works for a living, either for themselves or for others, pays significant taxes. They pay income.
You were talking about this, right? I never thought Micah was intelligent as Destiny. Destiny is, or at least was an intelligent guy. I mean, I still think he is. Hang on, did he say, and this is from 2021.
You may remember this. In 2021,
secret IRS files. ProPublica. I can't speak. Total reported income. Wait, hold on. The 0.1% is not. It's not their income. That's their wealth that they had realized all of their. If they actually realized all their assets, and then they might be doing some. They might be doing some Zuckman math with whatever type of capitalization they're doing. Why is he talking to a lawyer about taxes? Why isn't he? Yeah, I know. I know. I hate lawyers and to a lesser extent finance bros who like LARP as like economists or whatever. It's like, it's so frustrating. This guy ran from an abortion debate from Kojo. Oh, if you want to see a glimpse of this guy, here's a short TikTok video. I bet it's wonderful. The economics profession has totally put itself into irrelevance. No one respects them anymore. I thought economists were evil and controlling everything. I don't know if the economics profession put itself into irrelevance. I just feel like we're in a populist era. They don't want to hear some of the things economists are saying. I don't know what the driving force is behind why it feels like they don't play as big of a role anymore, either in like interviews and stuff like this, or in like policy stuff. I feel like there's so many like dumb policy announcements or whatever, like that you see, like the girl in California or whatever who's like, we're gonna have like a progressive corporate income tax, and it's like, is there a fucking economist on our team? I feel like there should be an economist on our team saying like, this is really fucking stupid, don't do this. And maybe I feel like there was more of that historically, maybe I'm wrong in that, and people just didn't have those as big ideas back then to do dumb shit like that, but I don't know. I don't know what the force behind that is. Whoever came up with the word vibe session needs to be jailed. It was Kyla Scanlon.
This is fucking genius. That is the tax on non-residential investment homes in New York. But it also shows the limitation of his social democrat model. But first, why it's fucking genius.
Oh no.
He's immune from the attack that wealthy people will just flee. Okay, if they flee, are they going to take their penthouse with them? Because that's what this tax is taxing. It actually benefits if they flee, because then it will be sold to someone who actually uses the housing. So this does genuinely hit the billionaire.
Well, presumably there's also some effect on sort of the value of the property, because it's gonna to some degree, I don't know how big this effect would be, but influence how desirable it is to live in New York or to own a property in New York, right? Like, you know, a lot of rich people probably have their property in New York for there might be like some land banking stuff they do specifically because it's New York and they expect the property value to go infinitely up, but B, probably just for like networking, right? Like, the real reason Epstein knew everyone, okay, is because he was from fucking New York, right? Like, because it's where, like, what's up north? It's where all the fucking finance is, right? People want to own shit there to make it easy to go there and network and have meetings and yada, 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 right? So, presumably, if you just put a big tax on owning, like, your second property in New York or whatever, you're also going to influence the sort of desirability of having a property there. And that's going to affect how often New York is, you know, used as a hub for that type of things. I don't think the elasticity of that would be particularly high. So like certainly, like there's almost no shot that like this tax is not going to raise revenue on net because enough rich it's going to affect the desirability of living in New York enough. But you know, there is still that effect.
And genuinely take their money in a way that they can't escape without either selling their property, which they have for a reason, or being a resident, which would expose them to more taxes. But the trick here is this doesn't do anything to address why they have the money in the first place. Like, by and large, these CEOs aren't hiring and thus exploiting the people of New York, and yet the people of New York are off of this. By and large, the people being exploited and expropriated from are in the global south. They are having their wealth.
Oh my god.
National corporations.
That's the route we're going with this.
And then those multinational corporations, even successful in being taxed, are being taxed to benefit Americans. And now I think it is better that working class Americans get this money than billionaires in America. But they are still stealing it. They're stealing it from, by and large, the global south. They're stealing it from, by and large, exploited nations. And what this
labor aristocracy, say it. Lenin, labor aristocracy. Lenin, labor aristocracy. Say it. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Within the Imperial Court generally does is change the incentive structure. Instead of the working class of America being aligned with the global working class, because they're being stolen from by these billionaires as well.
He's a Leninist. I can tell. That's why I'm preparing for that meme. Say it. I know he wants to say it. I know you want to say it. I know you want to say it.
Aligned with the global ruling.
Come on.
Because what happens if those billionaires...
Labor aristocracy.
Well, that tax revenue goes away. And this isn't necessarily a critique of Mamdani, right? It's just to properly understand the position of that movement. It will not stop the exploitation of capitalism. It will widen the net of who benefits from that exploitation of capitalism.
Motherfucking profile picture. What?
Because the most dangerous thing to capitalists is not necessarily exploiting people, but having the people that they exploit be close to them. That is why, in order to crush labor unions, which threatened the democratic structure under Reagan exported labor. That is why the U.S. military, which is mainly built to maintain imperialism and capitalism, is largely not applied to Americans, but to the threats to American capitalism across the world, in Iraq, in Palestine, in Burkina Faso. And that's because a primary function of capitalism, especially within the empire, right, when we're in the privileged portions of the empire, is not only to steal from...
More like a retard. It's what's up, South Drama. This is true.
By any means, but also to demobilize you from working to stop them from stealing from others.
Wow.
So we can celebrate, physically, materially benefit.
You guys see this, by the way? This is a funny headline, but... Ultra woke NYU students stripped to their skivvies to protest school merch they claim is made with sweatshop labor. Truly incredible stuff we have here. LAO Palestine, you gotta throw it in there. You gotta throw it in there. You gotta. It's sad that the only people that push back on this are brain dead libertarians or retarded maggots. There is no reasonable center right anymore. What do you mean? We got North VODs in chat right now. I gotta reach out. Oops, and then I'm gonna click on that. I gotta reach out to the to the fucking protesters. I gotta see if they'll debate me on sweatshop labor. I gotta see if they've read Benjamin Powell. They do have an Instagram account. I will try to reach out to them / some of the people, like they have names of people like they interviewed in here or whatever. Kind of doubt that'll go anywhere. Kind of doubt any of them will say yes, but I will try. 208,000 followers. Oh no, Jesus. Israel / American Empire. Truly incredible stuff. Fuck you, TikTok. Rainer, is it Zeidelman's in oh yeah, I have this book. I've read a little bit of it, but not that much of it. It has a good response to the idea capitalism somehow has to have that capitalists somehow have an incentive to go to war because it makes profit for them. Yeah, it's obviously. I just don't understand. I don't understand how that position can like even be reconciled with the fact that like it just seems like war empirically causes like an output gap. Like it just does like reduce output relative to the counterfactual. Like it seems like we have pretty good evidence on that. So certainly like it's almost never going to be a benefit for like capitalists overall. Like I just don't. It just doesn't make sense in my brain. Like why the capitalist class would just have a big incentive to like shift the PPF curve inward. And like there's almost no cases where war is going to be shifting the PPF curve outward. There's like maybe cases where long term, maybe there's something there, but like 9 times out of 10. You're just taking the production possibility frontier curve, all the things that we could possibly produce, and you're blowing shit up and diverting resources away from, there's two effects. One is you're going to have reallocation from presumably more productive sectors to the military, which are going to have a effect on long run growth. And then B, almost always this is going to be like you're literally destroying infrastructure, destroying a bunch of shit. You're destroying your labor force insofar as they die. Why is this fucked? Do I have like I might have a dark mode extension or something. So I think I could be wrong. I'll read through a little bit more of this. I believe what they're doing here, from one, it seems like they're comparing it for like the tax rate. This is comparing it to the total wealth they have, right? Because 973 million is a lot more than 1% of of 4 billion, but it is almost 1% of 99 billion. So they're comparing it to the total amount that their wealth grew, which obviously their wealth is in, unrealized assets for the most part. And it's probably a lot more volatile than income as well. So wealth is like they could theoretically, lose a lot of it, and then do we count that as like a tax credit, or are they only fucked on the upside and don't get any credit or anything on the downside if their wealth disappears? And I'm assuming for the wealth number, they have to be capitalizing it somehow, right? And there might be some segment out there.
And then the top 1% pay 40% of the income taxes. When you hear that, that sounds like a very soak the rich kind of code.
Absolutely. And the problem with that statistic is it's misleading on both ends. So let's start first with the 40% of non-payers. This was, you might have heard this in terms of Mitt Romney talking about the 47%, which is what it was when he was running for office. And he was.
Do you know who AL is? Yeah, of course.
Mike saying 47% of Americans are non-payers, and therefore, they'll never vote for me because they're just takers, not makers.
There are 47% of people who vote for the president no matter what. All right, there are 47% who are with him, who are dependent on government, who believe that they're victims, who believe the government has a responsibility to care for them, who believe that they're entitled to health care, to food, to housing, to you name it. But that's an entitlement. These are people who pay no income tax. 47% of Americans pay no income tax.
The thing that he
There's like, he's being a little bit harsh there. I think Brookings has a good article. Brookings Truth about the 47% or whatever. It's not true that all of them are on net, not a fiscal benefit, right? And just a total fiscal drain. But I think like roughly 18% of them are, or 28%. The most, sorry, how do I pronounce this?
Pernicious.
Pernicious misconception about people who don't pay federal income taxes is that they don't pay any taxes. That oft-heard claim ignores all the other taxes Americans encounter in their daily lives, almost 2/3 out of 47%, for example, and their payroll taxes, almost 2/3 out of 47%, for example, and their payroll taxes help finance Social Security and Medicare. Accounting for this, the share of households paying no federal taxes falls to 28%. And those aren't the only other taxes they bear. According to economic research, the corporate income tax discourages domestic investment. That depresses wages, so workers are effectively paying some of the corporate tax. Which, like, yeah, that's, in my opinion, a little silly way to view it, but I'll take the corporate income tax hate. More directly, many households pay federal taxes on gasoline, beer, and cigarettes, and then there are state and local sales, property income taxes, all of which are often less progressive than the federal income tax. Putting this all together, family three with an income of $30,000 would owe no federal income tax. In fact, they would get money back, but they could easily pay more than $4,500 or 15% of the income in taxes. I don't know if this is net or not. I don't think this is net. That's just the raw amount they pay. Is this statement true or false? A man who lived a ALS life would probably be on a sex offender registry by now. Holy strawman Batman, he was talking about income taxes. I mean, he did say income taxes, but with the other, and I think she should have been clear about that, to be clear. Like, I think she was strawmanning or whatever, but clearly, given the context of the rest of what he said here, I think he's implying it's worse than it is.
All right, there are 47% who are with him, who are dependent upon government, who believe that they're victims, who believe the government has a responsibility to care for them, who believe that they're entitled to health care, to food, to housing, to you name it. But that's an entitlement. These are people who pay no income tax. 47% of Americans pay no income tax.
the thing that he didn't.
He did say income taxes, obviously, but you know, when he's saying, you know, the people, like, they're entitled, they're all dependent on government. Like, it definitely reads as you being a little meaner than just saying they like just don't pay any federal income tax. Can you ask you this video out that Ezra Klein stuff? Sure, maybe at least. Oops, what did I pin? Oh boy. Who give a fuck about optics? Nothing he said was incorrect. No. What's up, Spin City News? Horrible, evil. No. Why don't poor people just buy more money? That's true. Why don't poor people just, if inequality is a negative externality, we got co-serum, bro. Why don't poor people just pay the rich to reduce inequality? It's one of my ALA questions. Oh, I forgot about that. I don't know enough about ALA. So from my understanding, I don't think so, but I think generally, like, a male sex worker is probably more likely to end up on a sex offender registry than a female sex worker is. But from my understanding, I could be wrong, Ayala, like, does have, like, some clients that she is, like, a prostitute for, but from my understanding, it was not that many. And she stopped doing it a while ago. But maybe she does it more than I thought. I want to talk to you about this. I mean, we can later about what, just a shrimp welfare project? Like, you hate the rich, but do you have the courage to hate the poor? Is this real? Okay, I don't know exactly. So it's possible they are not doing this and it's looking at like more direct raw numbers, but one of the issues, or like one of the controversial assumptions in measuring wealth inequality and stuff or whatever, and one of the reasons you see big differences between like Isaiah Zuckman's numbers and other people's numbers is based on how they take wealth and capitalize it to represent like income. Where is my thing on this?
Belgium, easy, tiny enough not to be spreadsheet jail, rich enough to actually do market-pilled industrialization, and you can roleplay the most neoliberal little line go up goblin on earth.
Real. Is it this? Yeah, this is just a thing by John Cochrane. But the uber wealthy also own businesses and venture private equity investments with no clear market values. As Smith, Zidar, and Zwick find, less than half of the top wealth takes the form of liquid securities with clear market values. So how do we measure the value of these assets? Enter capitalization. Zayas and Zuckman translate income flows from tax data to wealth by assuming that income will last forever. And then, sorry, I think I said it backwards. And then discounting it at some rate. In an equation, wealth is equal to income divided by discount rate. But they're not, to be fair, they're just, it seems like they're just trying to measure the growth of their wealth. Maybe they get around doing this somehow, but I don't know exactly how they could do that. Calculation, it simply multiplies income by number 113. It calls it wealth. The point made in this paper is that Simon Zuckman, and maybe her ProPublica as well, like a mistake people make sometimes is that they rely on the same discount rate for all households, when in fact households have very different, rich households have very different discount rates compared to poor households. And I think in here they explain it. The capitalization approach assumes everyone gets the same rate of return for fixed income assets, but a well-established fact is that wealthy people generally have higher rates of return on their assets than others. Smith, Zidor, and Zwick looked at what people actually earn in their fixed income assets. Middle-income households who hold savings account earn about 1%. Their wealth is about 100 times their interest income. The wealthy who hold high-risk bonds and other financial instruments earn about 6% on average, so the value of their bonds is only 1 over 0.06, equal to 16.7 times their interest income. Changing from a 1% to a 6% discount rate reduces the wealth estimate per dollar of income from 100 to 16.7. This is not a small technical adjustment. Correcting to use varying discount rates at different income levels. They find the adjustment reduces the top capitalization factor and thus estimated top fixed income wealth by a factor of 4.7 or 80%. Yes, I want to talk about how stupid it is. Well, I figured you thought it was stupid. Yeah, we can talk later. She won. Talk about being highly autistic and showering every 11 days. 2, has frequent orgy meetups. 3, talks about smashing random people after parties. In my opinion, it's a greater 50% chance she would be OTR. This is I think it's just called Wealth and Taxes. This is like he wrote like a series of blog posts about this, and then he edited it a bit for Cato, and they put it out.
count for is the tremendous burden imposed by payroll taxes. And even though 40% of Americans don't pay any income taxes, they still pay significant payroll taxes. Indeed, today I just read a statistic that
So I'd also, for like any of the payroll tax stuff, are we only counting, I mean, your waiting room? Well, I want to get through, this is a long video to be fair, but I want to get through some of this at least. Are we only counting the taxes workers pay, but not the future benefits they're going to get from this? Because that seems a little weird, right? So if you're like measuring the wealth of the ultra wealthy or whatever, and this is wealth like held in assets that are not even liquid, right? Private businesses or whatever, unrealized wealth that maybe they can take out a loan against. I'm sure they get to that at some point, and there are responses to that. But we're counting the unrealized wealth of the rich, but then we're not going to count many of the realized benefits of people, middle class and poor people. Like sometimes there are different extremes, I guess, that people go to. Like some people only count like direct like cash transfers and or like tax credits, but you probably also want to count in-kind benefits too. And I think like most people, aside from Zuckman and such, do that. But if you're measuring wealth inequality, if you start including Social Security in that, the funny thing happens to the amount of measured wealth inequality. And I'm not familiar with any research that looks at like, it'd be hard to do this because obviously when you get Social Security benefits differs from when you pay taxes, but like I'm not aware of any research or anything that looks at like what the effective tax rate is if you take into account the future benefits of Social Security.
80% of Americans pay more in payroll taxes than they pay in income taxes. And these can be quite burdensome because unlike income taxes, they start at $1. So it was wrong and misleading in terms of the...
I am hyped for Kaplan's book.
Non-payers. But where it's particularly misleading is when it comes to this top 1%. We see this all the time whenever there are movements to impose more taxes on the wealthy. The stories start popping up in the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the Economist. Those are just in the past couple of months. They all say, what are you talking about? The top 1% are already paying 40% of the income taxes. And what this isn't capturing is that they are talking about, that statistic is referring to the top 1% of income earners, those with the most income, high income.
Do I not have that Social Security study downloaded? I have to. What's it called? Isn't it by... The name start with a fucking S?
Lawyers, doctors, finance people, they indeed are paying a significant chunk of the income taxes. However, when it comes to the wealthiest Americans, the Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, Ellison, all the people we hear about so often, they are just as likely to be in the 40% of...
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Oh, it's this. Yeah, I found it. Let's go.
Non-payers as they are in the top 1% of payers. And that's because under our current tax system, they are able to avoid taxes altogether by avoiding taxable income.
So walk me through.
Oh, boy.
Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, congratulations.
Thank you.
What kind of taxes do you pay? What don't you pay? How do you end up not paying income taxes when you're Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So first of all, let's focus on Jeff.
Say it. Buy, borrow, die. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Because he's much more of a classic case, right? For Jeff Bezos, he started his own business. He owns, a dominant amount of the stock. And over the course of the years, he has taken a salary that is no higher than $82,000. And it's been over 20 years now, and that's his salary is always capped at $82,000. You might say, well, why would it be? He started the company. He's the man. Why isn't he taking a huge salary to reflect all of that he put into the company? And the reason is because salaries are for suckers. When people take a salary, they are subject to high income taxes and payroll taxes. And Jeff Bezos and a lot of our other multi-centy billionaires have no interest in paying those taxes. So instead, they take their benefits through the growing value of their stock, and their stock has grown enormously.
Whoa.
And that massive growth of stock happens entirely tax-free with no time frame under our current system in which that stock will ever be subject to tax. And that is because we only...
The issue there, I guess, is the step-up basis, right? So it is like true. Like if you transfer it to your child or whatever once you die, it's not it's not like directly taxed. Only the only like the future gains from then on, right, will be subject to whatever capital gains tax when they sell it. So like maybe like I could see definitely the argument for closing the step-up basis, right? And I think that probably be net positive. Ideally, I think we would probably wouldn't have any capital gains, but like, I think there's a big lock-in effect that probably causes, and I think that's probably almost certainly distributionarily with regards to distribution, very regressive. So like I can see the argument for doing that, but
Impose a tax if the stock is sold, and Bezos never has to sell the stock because he can simply borrow against the stock and use that money to support his lifestyle and to pay the interest that's due on the loan.
So I want to slow this.
I mean, like, you can look at just go back to ProPublica's own thing here, right? And look at how much income they reported. Warren Buffett, 125 million. Jeff Bezos, 4 billion, right? Michael Bloomberg, 10 billion. This is the income that they reported to the IRS, right? So just thinking about it, like, these people do have a lot of expensive lifestyle choices, quite obviously, right? Bezos has some mansions and a super yacht, right? I'm not actually sure. I mean, Buffett is kind of famous for not doing that as much, but certainly he's got to have quite a bit of stuff he has to maintain and own. Elon Musk, 1.5 billion, but like, maybe is not enough for everything they do, but like, I mean, if you think about it, like, this is a substantial amount of income that they are reporting to the federal government, and this is just to uber fucking wealthy people, right? If you look into the empirics of it, most people in the top 1%, and especially top 10%, are able to cover like all their ordinary expenses with the income that they report to the IRS. This is a study looking at essentially this buy, borrow, die thing that people talk about, right? That she's discussing here. Although she hasn't said it by name. I bet her or Ezra will at some point. They look at the tax returns of people. They calculate their adjusted gross income, which is already subject to income tax, plus the untaxed changes in the value of taxpayers' unsold assets. It just seems to be the case that most of the people are able to cover this their ordinary expenses, even their quite flagrant expenses, with their income that is already subject to taxation. And borrowing is just not it's like, as a percentage of their AGI, it's just not that big. In fact, the middle class does it like disproportionately more than rich people, which is funny. We document considerable household borrowing by rich Americans. Still, new borrowing is small in comparison to economic income and unrealized gains. Aggregate borrowing by the top 1% wealth holders in 2022 was nearly $1 trillion, excluding Forbes 400 for data reasons, which they do look at some of this separately. Potentially unlocking about $475 billion in unrealized gains. But for the 99 to 99.9 percentiles in the top top 0.1% of wealth holders, new borrowing each year is only about 2.4%. 1% of economic income in 2022, while new unrealized gains each year are about 33% or 50% for the top 0.1% of economic income, suggesting that wealthy Americans do not use household borrowing to unlock and consume a large fraction of unrealized gains. Indeed, in aggregate, borrowing large amounts while simultaneously having large unrealized gains is arguably more of an upper middle class phenomenon. I pronounced it horribly wrong. That word always messes me up. Americans in the 50 to 90th percentiles of wealth had 18 trillion in unrealized gains in 2022 and had borrowed 7.6 trillion, 42% of unrealized gains. Well, those at the top 1% had unrealized gains of 23 trillion and borrowed 1 trillion, 4%. And there's like some more data here about, we estimate that high wealth groups save a considerable fraction of AGI, reaching results similar to Tynan et al. 2004. The allure of buy, borrow, die is that taxpayers can consume unrealized gains without selling appreciated assets. They thus avoid paying income taxes. If, however, the taxpayer's AGI exceeds her consumption, then she can fund her consumption from AGI on which she has already paid taxes, and she does not need to borrow to avoid tax on unrealized gains. And like, I'm sure this, clearly there is more than one case that you can find of a billionaire doing something like taking out a loan against their assets to buy something expensive, right? I'm sure Jeff Bezos did not buy his super yacht in cash from his from his AGI, right? From his regular income. But for the most part, buy or borrow, die. It's just not a big thing. It does not happen that much.
Down, because there's a lot in that answer. Let me start with salaries for suckers. One thing that you'll hear is that no, they're not avoiding a salary. What they're doing is making sure their interests are aligned with the companies. You get a salary kind of no matter what happens in the company, but Bezos only makes money if the stock goes up. So this is public spirited. Elon Musk sometimes making like $1 a year. That these are public spirited CEOs who have yoked themselves to actual success, and we should applaud them for it. That paying themselves in stock is just better for everybody, incentives wise, than salary.
So I guess I don't understand. I think it is true that part of the reason that they avoid salaries is for tax reasons. I think that's undeniable, right? I don't think that's incompatible with the claim at all or anything, that it also leads to good incentives, right? Like, I think if it, like that is part of the reason, arguably, that we had that tax system set up. I doubt like I think more generally there are reasons that people consider for like having capital income be kind of like favored or whatever. Like the people who wrote the laws were not explicitly saying we need to do this to have CEOs, to have ownership of the company, right? But broadly, right, we have concerns with the incentives that taxing capital income would create, and I think it just is true that like probably it does lead to better incentives for CEOs who, when they have equity in the company, right, they probably do have good incentives to make the company better.
Why don't you buy that?
Yeah, because it's not true. I mean, what is true is that they are profiting through their stock. Arguably, it aligns with the interest, but they could be taking a salary too. It would be deductible to the company. There's nothing that really supports that that's the actual reason for doing so. So yes, it's a nice cover story, but I don't think anybody presents it with a straight face.
So I think it can sound like we're just picking rich people at random, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, but there's this 2021 investigation published by ProPublica that came from actual leaked tax documents that gave us a real window into them. We actually know what they paid.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that investigation, what we actually saw and learned from that?
Yeah. So there is a fellow by
the way, just a quick fucking meme, because I hate everyone. For fucking grocery store, publicly owned grocery stores shit, was just going on Twitter again. And there were like, I think, multiple people who had this take or whatever, because Mario was saying, that the profit margin of grocery stores is very small, bearing in mind that 1 to 3% is calculated after millions upon millions of dollars are paid out for CEO and executive bonuses and salaries. And there are other people, I haven't verified the accuracy of this math or whatever, but like, I think there are a few other people looking at just like, how low of a percentage of their total profit the like CEO pay and executive pay is, right? But like, what is this not true of all companies? So like the average profit margin of S&P 500 companies is somewhere around 12%. Are like grocery store companies, are their CEOs somehow like uniquely greedy or like uniquely able to get like insane pay packages like of all industries? If anything, you would expect, I bet if you checked of the companies at S&P 500, probably they pay their CEOs, kind of more as a proportion of their total profit than grocery stores do, even like grocery store chains, because I would imagine it might be more volatile, but like tech companies for sure, on average, would do that.
the name of Charles Littlejohn. That was his actual name,
named by Dickens.
The Robin Hood character.
Yeah.
And he was a contractor at the IRS, and he saw all of these tax returns, and he leaked them to ProPublica. He's actually in jail now. He was hit with a very significant prison term when they found him, because there were a lot of very rich, powerful people who were quite angry about this.
It is illegal.
It was absolutely
leak tax returns,
illegal.
right?
It was illegal, but the actual penalty was much smaller than what he actually got. And the reason this information was so important is because, while tax scholars long knew that there were ways for wealthy people to avoid taxes by avoiding taxable income, right? Taking low salaries and not selling their stock. It was always met with,
sorry, I just got a really cool idea. For a fucking podcast episode, there's this fucking guy I watch on Instagram Reels who's like a tax lawyer dude or whatever. I need to get him on a podcast. We need to make an episode.
Well, yeah, but that's just theoretical. That's not real. But here, when these tax returns were leaked, it was no longer theoretical. It was tax returns of many of our richest Americans paying zero in taxes. And so now it's no longer possible for people to say it's just theoretical because we know that it's not.
I mean, that investigation found that year that Warren Buffett had what they call the true tax rate of 0.1%. Jeff Bezos 0.98%.
Again, compared to its wealth, not its income, not its reported income.
Michael Bloomberg 1.3%. I mean, I pay much higher taxes than that.
Yeah. And so I think that, I mean, of course, what they're capturing there is their unrealized gains on their stock.
Then the next part of the story you're telling, what is the difference between?
Yeah, and that's the method. That's what you want to be using. We're gonna acknowledge that, but not gonna
Yeah.
Not gonna talk about that at all.
I think that,
not gonna go over why that might be a little weird.
of course, what they're capturing there is their unrealized gains on their stock.
Then the next.
The unrealized
story you're telling. What is the difference between selling stock to fund your lifestyle? Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they presumably have private planes and multiple homes and fancy vacations. And what is the difference between funding that by selling stock and funding it by what you just described, which is borrowing against stock?
If they were to sell the stock, then
also, just to be like, when you take out a loan, you have to pay that loan back, and you have to pay that loan back with after-tax income. Like, certainly billionaires who are able to put up good collateral are going to probably get pretty favorable loans because they're a very, very safe borrower, right? That makes sense. But like, they're not going to pay back the loan with another loan. They got to pay it back for after-tax income.
They would have to do two things. One is they would have to pay capital gains taxes, which would be, when you take into account all the taxes associated with it, over 23%. So
it's still lower than on a high income.
Absolutely. Selling the stock is definitely a better play.
Wait, also, sorry.
Taxes, which would be, when you take into account all the taxes associated with it, over 23%. So
it's still lower than on a high income.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we tax capital income less than labor income / like other types of income, but for one, that's because oftentimes capital income has already been taxed. Now, I think people exaggerate the extent to which capital income is double taxed. So but at least for individuals, right? Like, well, it changed, it's kind of complicated with some of the uber wealthy people or whatever, but capital income, you have to get income first in order to invest in something that generates you capital income. So usually that income is going to be taxed to begin with. So oftentimes we want to avoid that double taxation where you're taxed when you get the income and then also taxed when you invested and realize the gains from those investments, right? So that's a little complicated because there are a lot of ways in which that's kind of avoided, because a lot of capital income, or it's corporate income, but like it's just like held in entities that aren't really taxed. So the vast majority of corporate income is not double taxed in the U.S. We estimate that the taxable share of U.S. corporate equity has declined dramatically in recent years, from over 80% in 1965 to about 30% at present. We discussed the causes of these dramatic changes in the taxable share of corporate stock. Several factors explain the shift, including changes in retirement finance, demographic changes, changes in the prevalence of pass-through business organizations, and the increased globalization of capital markets. These findings are important for the development of corporate tax policy. Moving a capital tax burden to individual income tax is somewhat proposed without reforming tax preferences that currently exempt much corporate equity from taxation under the individual income tax would lead to a large revenue loss. So, to some extent, I think they're like ultra-libertarian people who will do the double tax meme more than I think is justified. But, we generally want to avoid the double taxation there. And then generally we just tend to think that there's essentially more externalities, like positive externalities. There's a word for the type of externality, because it's not externality in the same way like pollution is, but it's better for long-run growth generally to invest in a capital stock to make people more productive than it is to, simply take your income and consume it, usually.
Selling the stock is definitely a better play than having to take a salary. So,
Because again, salaries are for suckers.
because salaries are for suckers, and it turns out selling stock is for suckers too, but just slightly less of a sucker. So you get to pay lower tax rates than you would on your, if you were to take a salary. Your payroll taxes are, you don't have payroll taxes, you just have this net investment tax, which is less, and you have a 20% capital gains rate. So that's better than salaries, but not as good as borrowing against it.
Remember when I was complaining about like lawyers and people like pretending to, or like being interviewed as if they were an economist? This is the only guy who is not a economist, but is good. Okay, but you best believe he makes a lot of videos about tax policy that are just like completely owning like actual fucking retards who don't understand how
get married,
anything works.
my taxes.
You'll be having your wedding in prison if you write it off, but at least you'll get free catering.
Number 3 is the venue. Depending on
This guy's fucking awesome.
any expense that's ordinary.
And he's made some videos about oh yeah, like this stuff.
Convenient that the government says you can't tax unrealized gains on stocks. The wealthy people own the stocks.
Have I been in a coma my entire life? The government has never said anything remotely close to this. This is an emotional take from a man sitting on his porch.
They haven't sold it yet. How can they pay the taxes? I understand that logic. I'm tracking with that logic.
I really question if you're tracking with that logic, because spoiler alert, I've seen this video already. He's about to drop some of the most horrendous takes you have ever heard.
I need this guy. I'm DMing this guy after stream. I'm getting him on the Gains from Exchange podcast, and we're making the anti Ezra Klein, this girl, whoever SLOP episode.
Please listen.
So let's use that same logic. You can't tax unrealized gains on houses. Oh, well, is it because the middle class owns houses?
Sherlock.
Which, by the way, homes have consumption value. Okay, homes have consumption value, and it's because of the way homes work, where they're, you know, an asset that depreciates very slowly over time, and because they're very expensive, and it, you know, durable good depreciates very slowly over time. The consumption value of the home will change over time based on things that can't really be properly predicted, right? Based on the overall desirability of the city and such. It just doesn't really make sense to tax the consumption value of homes in like one lump sum tax at the sale of a home, just because it'd be way too expensive and would fail to account for the future changes in the consumption value of the home. So therefore, a property tax can, in some cases at least, be viewed as a tax on the consumption value of a home. It's just that the consumption value of the home is addressed every year, because we want to account for the changes in the consumption value of the home.
Holmes over here just figured out the entire government scheme. Property taxes are an ad valorem tax based on the benefit principle. It's arguing, hey, since your home is appreciating due to services that we provide, we should be able to collect part of that back as a tax. And it's not based on the unrealized portion, it's on the entire value of the home. That money is used to fund local services. It's not some conspiracy theory set up by your local mayor to line up his pockets.
This is true as well, obviously. It's just that you probably could do a head tax to fund those programs as well, if strictly speaking you only wanted to do that.
Effectively, the middle class is paying about 3% in property taxes, a percentage higher than the top 1%. Let's also completely ignore the $500,000 home sale exclusion when you sell your primary home, because I'm sure the billionaires need that $500,000 break. That can't help the middle class at all. No way.
At least investment properties are taxed the same way as homes, so the wealthy can still pay their fair share. No, investment properties get to write off depreciation, which means even if the house goes up in value, you can say it got older, so it's not worth as much.
Let's just completely ignore depreciation recapture. What even is that? Is that a real thing? Is that English? When you depreciate an investment property and you sell it for a gain, you need to repay the depreciation you took at 25%. It doesn't just go poof and good night.
A way you can get around,
Like, this guy's so good.
if you start an LLC, which costs like maybe $300,
We didn't watch all this, but he just recommends committing fucking tax fraud.
Stock. So you go to a private lender, probably. You know, you could go to a bank, and their biggest risk is that they're going to lend it to somebody who is going to default on the loan. But if you're lending it to Jeff Bezos and he's giving you Amazon stock and other assets to hold as collateral against the loan, the risk of that loan going unpaid is nil. So they are basically making essentially a risk-free loan for which they offer very favorable rates, and still they profit from it because the business is to lend money. But the thing is, when we turn to Bezos' side,
What are we that's just how I don't that's just how things work. Like I truly I don't know what else to say to that. Like that, what is my brain trapped into a liberal mind prison? What
They're going to let you have a 20% capital gains rate. So that's better than salaries, but not as good as borrowing against the stock. So you go to a private lender, probably, you could go to a bank, and their biggest risk is that they're going to lend it to somebody who is going to default on the loan. But if you're lending it to Jeff Bezos and he's giving you Amazon stock and other assets to hold as collateral against the loan, the risk of that loan going unpaid is nil. So they are basically making essentially a risk-free loan for which they offer very favorable rates, and still they profit from it because the business is to lend money. But the thing is, when we turn to Bezos' side, the tremendous advantage is that that loan is entirely tax-free. So when he gets that money and buys...
By the way, consumption tax would fix this, by the way.
His yacht, he has not had a taxable event. He continues to own his Amazon stock. He continues to be able to live the lavish lifestyle. And all he has to do is, pay a little bit in interest every year.
I want to stop you again on this. They don't need to pay back the loans.
Again, has to... Oh. Are they going to go to it? The loan is going to have to be paid back with after-tax income eventually.
Because this really doesn't feel intuitive.
Yeah.
Like, how is it possible to fund a lavish lifestyle on these loans and no one ever has to pay them back, right? At some point, in theory, the loan comes due.
Well, no, only you're assuming that Bezos lives in the world of Americans who have like 20-year loans on their homes, and the bank is lending the money, counting on getting the money back. These are people lending money in the business of lending money, and they're happy to keep lending money, because if you're in the business of lending money and you get the money back, then you have to find somebody else to lend it to. So why not just keep lending it to Bezos?
So you're just taking...
What? So I'm not following here. What it sounds like she just said is that he does pay back the loan, but then he just gets another one, or what are we saying? What is it? Maybe I'm not following.
Business of lending money, and they're happy to keep lending money, because if you're in the business of lending money and you get the money back, then you have to find somebody else to lend it to. So why not just keep lending it to Bezos?
So you're just...
Which, like, first of all, technically in a very autistic way, not technically really exactly how banks work, but regardless of that, okay.
And you get the money back, then you have to find somebody else to lend it to. So why not just keep lending it to Bezos?
So you're just
insofar as banks are willing to give extended, loans to Bezos or whatever, which, again, the way she phrased it, unless I'm crazy, makes it sound like he's paying it back and then just gets a new loan afterwards or whatever, but which still implies that he has to pay back the loan after tax income. But I just don't. That represents that it's probably the best opportunity for them on the margin or whatever. I don't see
out in this way of funding a lifestyle, one loan after another, sometimes paying one loan back with another, and you're just doing this again and again.
So I think what's hard to internalize is how much wealth it really is when somebody has $100 billion, $200 billion, almost $800 billion. But when it comes to somebody like Bezos and our other centibillionaires, their lifestyle is not, they are not bumping up against the value of their entire assets, right? A few billion really supports quite a lovely lifestyle, and they don't have to get anywhere near where there's some risk that they can't provide sufficient collateral. It would be as if you, in order to support your lifestyle, needed to have $100 relative to the amount of wealth that you have. Do you think it would be hard for you to make...
Where is she getting her number from? Because that's just like not what we... This is like not what we observe.
On that $100 based on the amount of assets that you have and borrow enough to pay the ongoing interest?
So something I don't think it would be hard, but something I think you're getting at here is that consumption doesn't scale. So even when we're talking about how do they fund their lavish lifestyles, look, I don't know what Elon Musk's carrying cost is year on year. I don't know how many homes he's got or whatever, but say it's between $25 million and $100 million. Yeah. It's penny change. It's a fraction of the interest.
Yes. That's exactly it. The other thing is that if they sell the stock, they run the risk of giving up control over their companies, and they also run the risk of not being able to enjoy the future growth of their stock. These are companies all heading into the stratosphere, and they don't want to give up any ownership. They want to keep going with this ride, and their stocks have proven to be a very good choice because the growth in value has far outpaced anything they have to pay in interest. So they get to retain control of their companies, they get to ride up the value of these tremendously profitable companies, and they get to do it all entirely tax-free, while all the rest of us are left, holding the bag.
All right, so this...
Just not true that it's, again, entirely tax-free. You can look at even the ProPublica thing, and it shows how much reported income they had. You know, Jeff Bezos had $4 billion in reported income and paid $1 billion in taxes on that, right? 973 million.
The story you're telling here is
plus their company pays taxes as well.
Situation where if you have enough money and that money is not seen by the US government as income, you can borrow against that wealth, and that creates a tax-free form of money that you can use, and you just keep rolling it over and rolling it over and rolling it over. I have a couple of questions about this, but before we get into those, I want to compare this maybe to somebody in the 99th percentile. Let's say you're a Beverly Hills surgeon making $2 million a year.
Yeah.
And then let's say you're a tech founder who has $180 million in company stock and only takes $1 a year in compensation.
Yeah.
Both of those people are rich.
Yep.
What is the difference in the way they're taxed?
So the difference is that, and that's a perfect example, the Beverly Hills surgeon is going to pay a lot of taxes, probably in excess of 50% on all of their earnings. So when they have however much...
But we're just going to include unrealized gains in the earnings of rich people. That's just, obviously, if you include the unrealized gains of the tech founder as a percentage of all of their total income, including the unrealized gains, which is income, they're going to pay a lower effective rate. But that's just not, that seems like a very silly analysis to do.
They've accumulated over their lives, they've already paid significant taxes on that acquisition of revenue. However, our tech person, who has a mere $180 million, right? Not a billionaire, a piker, still has achieved this $180 million entirely tax-free. There is no tax unless he or she sells the stock. And because they don't have to sell the stock, because they don't want to sell the stock, they often don't sell the stock. And here in the United States, they never have to pay taxes on that gain.
And so then what happens when they pass that stock down? None of us live forever, even though some of us are definitely trying, particularly at the levels of wealth we're talking about here. But assuming they don't figure that out, you know, the wealthy pass away. When the very rich today pass away, and this stock or these other forms of assets we might be thinking about get passed down, what happens from the perspective of the tax system?
Theoretically, what's supposed to happen is that the estate tax is supposed to kick in. And its purpose was to address these transfers by gift and at death by imposing a tax at a pretty significant rate in excess of an exemption amount. Today, that rate is 40% in excess of $15 million. So theoretically, both of our taxpayers are going to be subject to some pretty significant tax liability if they have to pay a 40% tax on the transfer of property that's over $15 million. That's how we imagine the system working. The problem is that the estate tax has become so riddled with loopholes that it is really more of a tax in name only than it is an actual burden. And I will give you what I think of as the ultimate evidence of this, which is that the killing the death tax was the number one issue for the Republicans. Which is what they call the estate tax. Getting rid of the estate tax or killing the death tax was a big issue for the Republicans for at least the past 30 years, right? However, in 2025, when they had the chance to do it, right? So we had President Trump, we had an entirely Republican tax.
They did make it bigger, right?
He could include anything he wanted. All of a sudden, estate tax repeal.
Like the exemption, I think.
Wasn't there. And why is that? I think it's because the estate tax has become so riddled with loopholes that it serves the wealthy more to keep the estate tax on the books, giving the appearance that the wealthy are paying taxes, than repeal the estate tax, and which would shine a light on all of the ways the income tax system benefits inherited wealth.
No shot. What do I even say? Like, just like probably not. Just like, it's pretty implausible that there is like just that big of a fucking conspiracy behind this. I think it's just more likely they, you know, just not a big issue, didn't get much focus, or they felt like they didn't have enough political capital to do it and wanted to focus on other concern. Like any number of explanations is like infinitely fucking more likely than that, bro. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Do we have any evidence of that happening other than like vibes, or is it just like purely a vibes thing?
Is states.
Yes.
Tell me about some of the loopholes. If I came to you, and if I had chosen a more lucrative profession and done well in it, and I come and say, hey, I got $50 million.
Yeah.
And I want to pass that on to my kids, and I don't want the government getting a dime of it. They didn't earn it, and they don't deserve it.
Yeah.
So what would you in maybe a more cynical and mercenary version of you?
Yes.
Like the richer, more mercenary version of me here.
What, I mean, you don't really need a loophole. That's just how our tax system works with a step-up basis, right?
Getting together.
What would you tell me to do?
Yeah. Well, first of all,
not really a loophole.
Whether you were the surgeon or the or the tech entrepreneur with the stock, right? The surgeon has a much harder time because the surgeon has cash. They were paid in cash. They have cash. And it's a lot
They bought stocks or holding index funds, whatever it might be.
Yes, but most of their wealth was achieved in cash rather than in untaxed appreciation. And so here is where people who own stuff, typically stock, really are able to take advantage of the system in a way that others can't quite as well. If you have a business that's worth, let's say, $100 million and you pass it at death at $100 million, it's valued at $100 million. However, if you cut it up into 3 minority pieces, 35%, 35%, and 30%, each of those pieces is entitled to a discount of up to like 30, 40%. Now, all of a sudden, your $100 million has been shrunk to $50 million, $60 million, and then it appears on the other side at your kids blowing back up to $100 million. That's one way we call those minority discounts. But even better are devices where somebody creates a dynasty trust. These are really the...
Sounds good. I want a dynasty trust.
And dynasty trusts are fascinating because the purpose of the estate tax was to avoid dynastic wealth. Right? And it's a sign of how flagrant the estate planning can be that they actually just call these dynasty trusts. Yeah, we know they're supposed to not have dynasties, but we got dynasties for you. And what they do is they create a vehicle for your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, forever in perpetuity to benefit from this trust and the growing value of this trust. And they get funded through a lot of complex arrangements, oftentimes through sales. You will sell your stock early on to this company in exchange for a low-interest note. And for estate tax purposes, you've gotten it out of your estate. But for purpose, you're treated for arrangements, oftentimes through and the growing value of this trust. And they get funded through a lot of complex arrangements, oftentimes through sales. You will sell your stock early on to this company in exchange for a low-interest note. And for estate tax purposes, you've gotten it out of your estate. But for income tax purposes, you're treated just as if you're dealing with yourself. So you pay no taxes on that transfer. And these dynasty trusts, through devices like that, are being stuffed with billions and billions and billions of dollars. And this is happening all around the country.
So there are also, from my understanding, a lot of limitations on what you can do with that trust. And then even what you just said, you have to sell the stock on a company in exchange for a low-income note or whatever. You're probably, A, just going to have a lower return on any of the money that's invested through the trust. And then B, I don't know if the dynasty trust is like an exact legal type of trust or whatever. But there are limits on what your heirs are going to be able to do with it.
Around the country, estate planners are helping their clients fund these dynasty trusts. There's also charitable vehicles that are used where basically you give a charity interest up.
Dude, Charles Schwab, dude, let's go. What? Oh, wait, sorry. Charles Schwab is, I was thinking Klaus Schwab. Charles Schwab is probably just someone. Oh, it's a financial firm. I thought we got a fucking WEF fucking post here. Main feature for Dynasty Trust is its ability to avoid estate and generation skipping taxes each time wealth is transferred from one generation to the next in turn, assets in the trust are allowed to stay invested with the potential to accumulate additional wealth for each successive generation. Which assets you can transfer to a trust can be funded with almost any type of asset. Most generational wealth is depleted by the third generation. To extend the life of the legacy, a trust grantor can set certain rules. But I would imagine there has to be rules for withdrawal. There has to be rules about like what the heirs can do with it. So there are tax benefits, obviously. Trust assets are locked into trust once funded. Challenging to adjust the type of trust once it's created. Your children can't access trust assets. Yeah. Like, I don't know, what the... There's gotta be something more detail than this or whatever. They're irrevocable trusts. You cannot withdraw funds once they're placed into the Dynasty Trust. Wait, but it says their children can't access it either.
front, and then at the end it goes to a private person, but you price it such that all of the gain is somehow written out of the picture until it magically appears at the end of the story. It's the same thing with grats, rolling grats. A lot of these are stories of
rolling grat.
rolling grats. Like
of course,
rock
yeah,
beer,
rolling
like rolling rock beer, rolling grats. So a grat is something that is a grantor retained annuity trust, and you don't want to know what it is, but it is a device by which people are able to transfer enormous amounts of wealth tax-free. And these are just some of the many devices that are used and that estate planners have and have had for too long now.
Why do they have all these?
Okay. What was it? What did grant stand for? Fucking grant or annuity trust? What was it?
Rolling rock beer, rolling grats. So a grat is something that is a grantor retained annuity.
It's gonna be the same thing, right? Grantor retained annuity trust.
Trust. And you don't want to know what it is, but it is a device by which people are able to
Irrevocable trust in exchange for the right to receive fixed payments, at least annually. Is it like, yeah, it's the same thing. Like, I want to go so far as to say, like, these aren't unfair, or at least aren't ever, like, unfair or whatever. But you can only, it's not like, when you say transfer all this wealth, whatever, tax-free. Like, if you transfer your estate to someone, you're transferring it in, like, the normal way, right? You're transferring your estate. Like, whoever you transferred it to now has control over your estate, and they own all that wealth and can do whatever they want, right? Like, that's what it does, right? You have to pay taxes on it, and that might involve selling some of it in order to be able to cover those taxes. But if you're putting your money to an irrevocable trust or whatever, it's like, yeah, your children might have a claim to some type of, like, annuity or whatever from it, right? But they don't own it in the same sense. They can't, like, control it in the same sense. I would guess that the rate of return typically is smaller than just ownership of the estate itself gives you. It's not like you can there are trade-offs here, right? It's not literally this infinite free money that we give them for no reason.
Transfer enormous amounts of wealth tax-free. And these are just some of the many devices that are used and that estate planners have and have had for too long now.
Why do they have all these devices? Were the devices created to be used this way? Were they created for another purpose and people just figured it out?
Yeah.
Like, is this tax code designed to do this? Or has it been chopped up through kind of brilliant...
Well, it was designed by evil billionaires.
For a second. In order for a tax system to work, there has to be a dance between taxpayers and Congress, or the IRS, whoever is the regulating authority. Basically, Congress sets out some rules, the IRS sets out some regulations, taxpayers and their estate planners or other advisors find ways around the rules. Congress, or the IRS, is supposed to come back in here and close the loopholes, respond to that. Taxpayers go out, they try to find other loopholes, and together there's this dance that it does a pretty good job of making sure that the tax system is doing a pretty good job of collecting the revenue we need in the country to run the country. For much of the 20th century, this worked pretty well with the estate tax.
Oh, no.
The estate tax was seen as a very innocuous tax, well accepted in the country. It serves as a backstop to the income tax system, which had all these ways for wealth to grow tax-free, right? And the estate tax was there as like a sweep-up tax to make sure that it was going to be subject to tax. The problem was, in 1990, they stopped. And that was the last time we have had any reform done to the estate tax. But of course, the estate planners haven't stopped. They have.
True.
Is we've had cuts to it since then.
Exactly.
I was going to say, we've had... I know for certain the big, beautiful bill, I think, increased the exemption for the estate tax. 1990 estate tax reform.
Bush, you could call it reform or not reform, but it has been chopped up and sliced up and made weaker.
All that, right. So
quite a bit since then.
Well, what has happened is that there have been two changes. The exemption amount has increased and the rates have decreased.
And so there was a big discourse around this. I remember this a bit. It's like, oh, these people are passing down family farms, and the family farms are getting taxed away.
Yes.
And so they cut it up then. So how does it change?
Right. So
I mean, that is like a that is a common meme or whatever. I believe farms are like exempt from estate taxes now, but That is it. That was a very common meme. I feel like people still say it, even though I believe farms are exempt. Oh wait, maybe they're not entirely exempt, but they have special valuation rules. Qualified farms that states can value land based on its agriculture income rather than its fair market value. Dude, fuck the farmers. Fuck the farmers, dog.
Double tax that hurts family farms and businesses, the death tax, that campaign was funded by 18 of the country's wealthiest families in the early...
Of course. Yes. Yeah, of course. Listen, I think it's a meme and all, like I just said, but if dog, it's not all, it ain't that deep sometimes, bro. It ain't that deep, okay? Sometimes farmers just, you know, get political benefits because people like them for some ungodly reason. I do think obviously farmers do lobby quite a bit, but
So the Mars, the Cokes,
you can look at like, oh, the Koch brothers, true. It's like we have at least decently identified evidence on like the effect of the overturn of like Citizens United, for example, on political outcomes. I would say like we probably have a little bit less well-identified evidence on just like the effect of like corporate lobbying in general with regards to political outcomes, and it like just does not seem like it's that big of a deal. But evil corporators must be big conspiracy.
Waltons, they all got together and they were like, okay, we got the income tax handled, right? We can borrow, we can avoid salaries, but this estate tax, Congress keeps fixing it. They keep doing the generation skipping transfer tax. They do the special valuation rules. We got to stop them. And they funded this campaign to turn the public against the estate tax. And they did so by telling the public that the estate tax was an immoral death tax, making it seem like it came for everyone, right? Rather than the estate tax, which definitely had a sort of a rich people air to it. So they said, no, this is a death tax. It comes for all, and it particularly harms family farms and businesses. Now, what they didn't say was that there are actually a lot of provisions in the tax code specifically designed to protect family farms and businesses. And indeed, Congress had a very hard time finding actual examples of people who actually lost their farms. Their favorite person who they used was this fellow by the name of Chester Thigpen, who had a farm.
What a name.
Yes, and he was the grandchild of slaves, and he testified in Congress that he was afraid he was going to lose his farm due to the death taxes that were going to be imposed when he died. And he was so effective that Republicans wanted to call it the Chester Thigpen Estate Tax Repeal Act because he was such a compelling figure. A few years later, Chester Thigpen dies. And turns out he wasn't subject to the estate tax at all because, in fact, his farm fell well within the exemption and there were other areas to protect it. So Congress could have easily addressed the family farms and business a problem, if one sees that as a problem, by basically expanding the protections that were already there. But instead, they were using it as a cover for all of the people, the Mars, the Waltons, all of those people that had massive amounts of inherited wealth, and they wanted to be able to pass it tax-free.
Okay, so I found these numbers in your book kind of shocking. In 2000, before the Bush tax cuts, Americans filed 122,000 estate tax returns. In 2010, it was 47,000. In 2013, after Obama's tax plan went into effect, it was 32,300. Then after Trump, there were 6,158 in 2021, of which only 2,584 were actually taxable. So either between 2000 and 2021, rich people stopped dying, or they stopped being rich people, or we really gutted this thing within an inch of its life.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, hold on.
1,158. In 2010, it was 47,000. In 2013, after Obama's tax plan went into effect, it was 32,300. Then after Trump, there were 6,158 in 2021, of which only 2,584 were actually taxable. So either between 2000 and 2021, rich people stopped dying, or they stopped being rich people, or we really gutted this thing within an inch of its life.
Yeah. I'm going with number 3. So in 2024, the richest 1% of Americans controlled massive amounts of the country's wealth, $50 trillion. And yet the estate tax that was designed to apply to all transfers at death and by gift, and there's a lot of gifting that goes on because, as I mentioned, those techniques all involve gifting. So lots and lots of gifting is going on by these people. The 40% estate tax only raised $30 billion in 2024. Out of $50 trillion wealth owned by the richest 1% of Americans. It is practically nothing. It is an amount that Elon Musk has both earned and lost in just a single day and probably hardly even noticed. So clearly the estate tax is not doing what we think it's doing.
This will sound stupid, but I think it's worth talking about.
What's up, Catrix? Ezra doing econ slot speedruns. Nice. I know. It's when you find out your goat washed.
for different kinds of income. Why do we treat income earned at our job?
Oh no, her answer is going to be horrible.
In-
By the way, I connected Claude to my Notion and Zotero now, and now Claude is goated. Now Claude's my goat. Claude's incredible. I know I have somewhere. I don't know for sure if these numbers will disagree with Ezra or not. He could be right, but he was talking about the number of tax returns are related to for estate taxes like by year. I know I have somewhere in my notes a fucking IRS table of that, and I feel like they were higher than that. I could be wrong. He could be right. I mean, it would not shock me at all if he's right. And I'm misremembering, but I can't find it. But I bet Claude can find it now that I have it connected to my shit. I don't expect Ezra Klein to stoop this low though. He's being very basic with housing stuff. I mean, I think it's. I think like all respect to Ezra Klein, I think Ezra Klein is very like smart dude or whatever, and I think he did quite a bit of research probably for like abundance and stuff. But like, I think especially like for some of his positions about like this stuff where he hasn't written a book about it, like he was talking about on a podcast, he probably is just like getting information about this stuff from people like this girl or whatever, because he's like broadly center left in general, and I think the circles he's in probably just have these type of people who inform his opinions about stuff like this, and I bet that's where it's coming from. And I think that's probably, I think he did like more research for abundance and stuff, but probably even for like the abundant stuff, like certainly non-zero the reason he has the abundant position is just because he's interacting with like other people on a center left that have those positions and is getting information from them. It's not like doing a bunch of research himself all the time necessarily.
Income earned by selling stock, and income earned when somebody dies and leaves everything to us, or income given to us as a gift. Why do we treat them all differently? What are we trying in theory to achieve?
It's interesting. Andrew Mellon, who was known as a tremendous anti-tax crusader, felt that
famed robber baron.
Yes, felt that this, and also Secretary of the Treasury and for a number of administrations, felt that the rules should be that income is taxed at the lowest rates and investments are taxed at the highest rates, because people earning income, they are in the most precarious situation and they are likely to need the lower rates as opposed to people who are just sitting back and relying on their investments.
Let me read the quote here. I took this down. It's in your book. This is from Andrew Mellon's 1924 book, Taxation, the People's Business. He writes,
"What? Why are we doing this? First of all, Andrew Mellon, famously known for giving good advice, such as liquidate the stocks, liquidate labor, liquidate everything during the Great Depression, right? Purge the rottenness out of the system. Like, famously well-renowned economist, definitely someone we should be looking at for advice or whatever. But like, I don't even feel that's good of an answer to Ezra's question. Like, he asked, what in theory are we trying to do here? And like, it could be the case that, but hold on, Andrew Mellon, she said, was saying the opposite of what our current tax system is, right? He was saying that we should have
felt that
famed robber baron.
Yes, felt that this, and also Secretary of the Treasury and for a number of administrations, felt that the rules should be that income is taxed at the lowest rates and investments are taxed at the highest rate.
Yeah, she's saying that. So it's not even descriptively why it is the case. What is appealing to what some guy in 1924 thought when he had a lot of other wrong positions than that. So it's not a descriptive explanation as to why it is the case, because he disagrees with how the system was set up, and it's not a good, or like, it's not a good faith explanation of the potential benefits of having it set up this way. It doesn't address that point at all. Obviously it's funny that they she's kind of indirectly talked about the administrative issues. It was several times during this or whatever. And she's like a fucking tax lawyer dude or whatever. Dude, girl, gal, ma'am. I think it is a potential benefit that many of the taxes that she would seem to prefer, or many of the taxes, like even the estate tax that we have and they're discussing, probably just do have a higher administrative burden. Probably it's just harder to, you know, for the IRS to calculate the value of an estate accurately, especially against the wealthiest people, and to tax it at the appropriate rate. And then there's all the issues with the unrealized income that you're taxing, both with state tax and like a wealth tax or whatever. She hasn't laid out a super strong reform plan or anything, but that seems like something you'd want to do, considering everything she's saying about unrealized gains. All the issues with valuing those, and then the potential disincentives you create for investment, the potential disincentives you create for holding risky assets, right? Having considered Andrew Mellon and Warren Buffett are rich, and economists aren't, though. I didn't consider that.
Because people earning income, they are in the most precarious situation, and they are likely to need the lower rates as opposed to people who are just sitting back and relying on their investments.
Let me read the quote here. I took this down. It's in your book. This is from Andrew Mellon's 1924 book, Taxation, the People's Business. He writes, "The fairness of taxing more lightly income from wages, salaries, or from investments is beyond question. In the first case, the income is uncertain and limited in duration. Sickness or death destroys it, and old age diminishes it." Here he's talking about wages. "In the other, the source of income continues. The income may be disposed of during a man's life, and it descends to his heirs." That Andrew Mellon was saying that it was beyond question that you should tax wage income more lightly than investment income. I mean, it speaks to a very different time. So what is the thinking that leads us into the current world, where no matter how you think about the code, it is the reverse. Income, you know, if I sell stock, that gets taxed more lightly than the income from that, than the income I make from the New York Times.
Yeah.
Workers
Is when you
champion. Workers champion here. Liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate the farmers, liquidate the real estate. It will further rotten out of the system. High cost of living and high living will come down. People will work harder, live a more moral life, values will be adjusted, and enterprising people will pick up from less confident people. Is there someone in the radar? There is, I think. Spin City was in there earlier. He might still be there, but it's been a bit. Oh, Localist is there now, I guess. I don't have any interest in what you could possibly want to discuss.
really dive into it, there are 50 reasons of arguments that are given about why investment gains should be taxed at a lower rate. Things like, well, sometimes there might be a lot of inflation if a lot of time has passed, so maybe it's not actual gains. And some say,
so first of all, am I crazy, or aren't they occasionally at least inflation adjusted? I guess you are crazy. That's true. I do recall reading persistently high inflation indirectly boosts the real tax rate on financial assets, suppressing their value. I thought we did it. I could be wrong. I thought we did at least sometimes adjust them for inflation. But I could be wrong. I mean, it seems to suggest I'm wrong. But I've never heard that. I have never in my life heard that as a reason for favoring investment income. Never in my life.
It's good to encourage investments. And
there we go. That's something.
I find this just the ultimate in distorted reasoning. They say, look, right now, people are encouraged not to sell their stock because they can avoid tax by not selling. We have to lower the rates in order to lure them into selling.
I've also never heard people complain about that. I've never heard that as given a reason for reducing capital gains tax. The issue they mentioned, the biggest, so there is a lock-in issue, right? And there are many proposed ways to deal with that. But like one of the biggest issues, or one of the biggest reasons, like maybe not one of the biggest reasons, for the types of people they're talking about, the reason that lock-in exists is largely because they can avoid most taxation at death through the step-up basis, right? So I think there's an argument for closing a step-up basis there, right? That would reduce lock-in, but there are, people will either propose, well, I'm just getting rid of capital gains tax or replacing it with some type of consumption tax, or I'm gonna come in your investments, I'm gonna tax you based. To doing some type of essentially taxing at point of sale, like what, once you do sell the asset, you sort of tax the what's the word, the unrealized fuck, there's a name I'm thinking of. Essentially, you do some type of unrealized gains tax. Essentially, it's just that you only do it at the point of when they actually sell the asset. That's just added to the capital gains tax when you actually sell it. Fucking kill me. I know the fucking name of it. But I've just never heard this.
So that is another justification, even though they should just tax the gains and then people would sell.
It's also the word he uses here I think is interesting, fairness. I've been around this debate a long time. I've covered a lot of tax debates. I've covered debates on the capital gains tax rate. Get into a lot of arguments about efficiency and, the exactly right macroeconomic level to turn the dial to. And yet, as a human being, right, just experiencing the way income works, I work so hard for the income I make from my work. I mean, you're a delivery driver, you're, a doctor doing primary care work or a pediatrician. You're working so hard. And the idea that that is taxed so much more higher than somebody making money by just letting money sit in an index fund.
Right.
Or just occasionally clicking a button to move it between, different investments. There is a fairness question here. It's cruel. I honestly think it's actually quite cruel. It is so easy to let your money make money for you. The fact that we reward it over work is crazy to me.
Oh my God. There's like fuck it. I don't want to be terrible. No, this is retarded. No, you don't there is, I think, an important principle of fairness in a tax system insofar as you don't arbitrarily distinguish between people doing very similar things and that you make it such that people aren't the distributional layout of it is not substantially negative and it accounts for diminishing marginal utility of income, right? So I think those 2 points of fairness can be correct, but that's what we mean by fairness in a tax system. We don't typically mean, and this relates to the first point, but obviously any hardcore rent seeking, right? You want to avoid, you should not just be exempting farmers from paying some taxes because they're farmers and lobbied for it, right? But that relates to the first point about taxing things, similar types of work and similar types of activities equally, and not just granting some arbitrary exemption. It's not really about the kind of moral value that we find in fucking work or whatever versus capital income and
just experiencing the way income works. I work so hard for the income I make from my work.
Whether or not how hard you work in a sense of how much labor you do or how much effort it actually takes.
You're a delivery driver, you're, a doctor doing primary care work or a pediatrician. You're working so hard. And the idea that that is taxed so much more higher than somebody making money by just letting money sit in an index fund.
Right.
Or just occasionally clicking a button to move it between, different investments. There is a fairness question here.
But we're just going to ignore the fact that investing probably just it's very good for the long run growth of a country. That money is not just going nowhere. It's going to finance real activity. It's going to finance activity that will likely raises the productivity of workers and raises wages for them. It's going to finance activity that makes new products for consumers that a bunch of fucking consumers benefit from, right? It just generally it depends on the type of investment and stuff or whatever, but generally you're probably going to have lower interest rates. You probably pay a lower interest rate on your credit card insofar as people are encouraged to save their money, right? So you can have a lot of direct benefits to you even and to the consumer and the country as a whole.
It's cruel.
You could also make a fairness argument about the double taxation that I was mentioning earlier. Isn't it cruel, Ezra Klein, that people put in this backbreaking labor and they get taxed, and then they take the scraps of the money that they have after they've been taxed with state taxes, local taxes, payroll taxes, federal income tax. They take the scraps that are left over and they just want to invest it. But then when they invest it, if they ever sell it, they get fucking taxed too. isn't that unfair? Isn't that unfair?
I also think it's like actually quite cruel. It is so easy to let your money make money for you. The fact that we reward it over work is crazy to me.
I totally agree. And you know who else agreed? Ronald Reagan. In the 86 Tax Act, they actually succeeded.
Oh, no.
Equalizing for a very brief period capital gains rates and ordinary income rates. They got rid of the preference for capital gains, which we should definitely do today. Now, one of the arguments that someone's going to make is, yes, but everybody is better off when rich people take their money and they invest in the economy. That's what makes the whole country grow. But the thing is, much of this money this is not seed capital to start local businesses. This is money trading on a secondary stock market. It is not going to a business. It's going to other owners of stocks driving up the shares. So I don't buy that argument that this is,
what
is growing own local businesses. This is money trading on a secondary stock market. It is not going to a business. It's going to other owners of stocks driving up the shares.
Which is still like leading to an efficient allocation of capital. Like, yeah, it's not like going directly to the other business in that example. But I don't see how that's not the point of the secondary stock market. The point of the secondary stock market is to give the best investors more money so that they do give it to startups or whatever. I think that there probably is. I bet that is like a non-zero effect. But, it's the fact that, one, it like punishes and rewards companies for doing well. Like they mentioned, all the evil CEOs who own their, who like have stock at a company and the incentives that creates it before or whatever. Like, I think it probably is the case that, there's better incentives there because, when the CEO owns the stock, because other people are buying and selling the stock, that is what creates the movement in the stocks, and that is what will respond to whether or not the company is doing good or bad, right? Like that is part of the incentive mechanism for the CEOs.
So I don't buy that argument that this is,
oh shit,
this is growing the economy when people are putting their money in stocks.
Well, let me ask you about
what do you mean you don't buy? Like, I don't have like empirical evidence on hand for this, and I don't even know what exactly I would look at to find it. I don't even know if I don't know if you could conceive of a like to make clear easy money. I still stand by everything I said about Brunegg. I think you are simply reading Matt Brunegg wrong. Okay, I think you are just being retarded and reading Matt Brunegg wrong. Ezra Klein is being the more retarded version of Matt Brunegg here, okay? He's saying the actual dumb thing along with this tax lawyer chick, okay? You are being retarded by reading Brunegg wrong. He is being retarded by actually saying the dumb, stupid, wrong thing. Okay. Okay. But like, I don't even know if you can, like, I don't know if any research design could, like, look at narrowly whether or not investment in the quote-unquote secondary stock market generates long-run growth, but certainly, like, you can look at evidence with regards to just simply capital gains tax, and I think there is evidence that capital gains tax reduces growth, like, empirically, and I think you could look at, not sure this would be the best for what she wants to, but you could probably just look at the rate of savings overall. But that'd be weird because you would probably expect the like savings rate to kind of have like a inverted U path with regards to like the growth of the country. Because probably if you have like an absurdly high savings rate, it's like due to some distortionary policy that's going to have other bad effects. Like you're probably crowding out consumption that should be happening. But like you probably look at that
dimension of this, which is the rise of stock buybacks.
We watching the Nathan Robinson video after this? Yeah, I might. If Spin City really wants to talk or whatever, then I might talk to him, but for a bit. But I can't imagine that'll be a long conversation, and then I can watch that.
Yeah.
And both how that has changed the way stocks work, and how that has changed the way taxable income presents or does not present itself.
We've been telling a story about wealthy people not paying taxes on their stock because their stock goes up in value. They don't have to pay tax on that gain. However, prior to 1982, because companies could only share their profits through dividends, what it meant to own a lot of stock was...
What does she mean? Does she mean, is she referring to stock buybacks? I think she's doing the stock buyback meme there. Oh, man.
to get a lot of dividends. And for much of the 20th century, dividends were taxed at the highest rates, just like salaries. And so what that meant was that somebody who was sitting on a lot of stocks got a lot of dividends and paid a lot of taxes. However, in 1982, after this rule change, companies switched from issuing dividends. It used to be more than 70% of profits were distributed through dividends. Now it has never been as high as 20% since this change went into being. The effect of it is that companies began to do lots of...
What ethnicity should own the most stocks? Anyone, any BIPOC people.
...of buybacks of their stock. And this had a tremendous impact on multiple levels. One is, if you look at the Dow Jones, there's a chart in my book that shows that in 1982, the Dow Jones was at about 3,000. It was also that in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, and the 20s, it was around 3,000. It's inflation-adjusted amount. Now it's like in the 45,000, something like that today, right? So it switched from being a...
Just ban lawyers from owning stock? That's true. Hold on. First of all,
that Jones, there's a chart in my book that shows that in 1982, the Dow Jones was at about 3,000. It was also that in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, and the 20s, it was around 3,000. It's inflation-adjusted amount. Now it's like...
I could be stupid. I don't know what it means to say the inflation-adjusted amount of like an index like that, like for the Dow Jones. I think you could just look at the total percentage of like wealth compared to GDP, or I think you could look at just like the market cap of all the companies compared to GDP, but that just seems weird to me. But yeah, I like insofar as I think wealth as compared to GDP has risen. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, and I don't think that reflects any what I would assume she's considering like an artificial increase brought on by like stock buybacks, right? So it's not even clear that stock buybacks on like a individual level are going to artificially increase the value of a company's stock, because either they buy it with funds that they have, which reduces the book value of the company, or they take on debt to buy it, and that just that increases their interest cost. That basically makes the investing in a stock riskier. So there are mechanisms by which they can reduce the value of a stock. And I think the reason you see stock values tend to go up after stock buybacks is, or even interestingly before stock buybacks, is because it's essentially a signal from the company or whoever is making the whoever is announcing a stock buyback, right, that they have confidence in their company, that they think it's going to perform well. And that's why you see, not only do you see stock buybacks when they actually happen increase the value of a company stock, but just stock buybacks when they're announced, even if they don't follow through with it, increases the value of a company stock too, because it's that signal that is the mechanism for driving up the price of a stock usually. The trick is to choose the price index that makes your chart go up or down in the right way. When the neoliberalism happened, this is true. Too many cases.
45,000, something like that today, right? So it switched from being a sine curve to being a hockey stick. And
I've only ever seen a quote unquote inflation adjusted graph of a stock, which was the S&P 500, and it was like some dumbass like gold bug comparing the S&P 500 to the price of gold. That's like the only time I've seen that. So I maybe there's ways to do it that aren't as dumb, but
part of this story is stock buybacks, because stock buybacks boost the value of stock. But another important part of the story is that it meant that for somebody who owned stock, they no longer had to get taxable income because they could enjoy their profits through the increased value of the stock. Some shareholders would sell their stock because that's the nature of the stock buyback. However, a lot of these shareholders are tax-exempt organizations, so they're not worrying about paying taxes on their proceeds. So in terms of revenue to the federal government, owning stock, profitable companies used to provide a lot of revenue to the federal government in the form of taxation of dividends. And now with the rise of stock buybacks, that is much less likely to be the case.
So then I want to go back to the question of what happens to these great fortunes when they get passed down. How is that treated for you?
Of course.
From a taxation perspective, like when does that get taxed?
Okay, so if you receive it at death, then there is an extra benefit for people who receive appreciated property at death. And that is that not only are those gains not taxed to the person who held the stock, but when somebody receives the stock from inheritance, all the gains are wiped away. We call this step up in basis, or a
nice inscrutable name.
Yes, or the angel of death loophole.
That's better.
Yes, and the angel of death loophole says that we're going to wash away the gains, and the recipient is going to be treated as if they had purchased.
I mean, hold on. What the fuck is this French? There's a Fred chart with it. Dow Jones Industrial Average over Consumer Price Index. It only goes back to 2016. I don't know if there's not data on the Dow Jones all the way back from there that's listed on Fred or something.
The property.
Okay, I want to slow this down for a minute because I think step up basis here is really, really quite important. Let's say somebody made just great investment. They bought NVIDIA when it was cheap. And now some years later, they have $30 million worth of it. In one world, they sell that stock because, they want to buy a mansion or whatever it might be. In another world, they never sell the stock. They pass away and give it all to their kids.
Yeah.
What is the difference in tax treatment for that stock? It is the same tranche of stock.
Yes.
What happens in the two scenarios?
So in the first scenario, they would pay income taxes on this, on the capital gains. The capital gains is imposed at a 20% rate plus an additional 3.5% extra tax on it. So almost a quarter of it, of those gains, and it's almost all gains, would be subject to income tax.
And so the gains are the difference between what you bought it at and what you sold it at.
Absolutely. However, if instead you hold on to that stock and you don't sell it and you pass it on to death to your kids, there is an extra bonus. And that is that not only did you not pay taxes on that gain, but when they get the property, they are treated as if they had purchased it for its fair market value. And so now they're treated as if they had bought it for $30 million. And so
I forget why I was even looking for this table initially. I think it was just, oh wait, no, I remember. It's just a number of taxable returns or whatever. I think he had data going back further. It only goes back to 2001, but it did decrease 2009, 2010 after Obama.
they can turn around and sell it for $30 million and pay no gains at all. And that is this thing that we call step up in basis, or the angel of death loophole.
So the gains are just wiped away.
Wiped away. Not for you to worry about.
That's pretty sweet.
Yes, it's a very nice deal.
So what do you expect will happen with a Jeff Bezos then? Can he pass down 150 billion or whatever it is without too much tax implication? Or
well, it's going to matter about 150. It seems like a lot of money. Chances are what these people are going to use are charitable vehicles as an important part of their tax-free transfers. And the problem is that these charitable vehicles afford...
First of all, I thought they could just make a... Why are they going through the effort of a charitable vehicle? Can't they just make a dynasty trust or whatever? I thought there were so many... It sounds like there were much cleaner ways earlier of getting them... getting their descendants all this wealth like tax-free. But second of all, there are limitations even to what you can do with the trust they were talking about earlier. I can't imagine what the limitations are on what you can do with whatever charitable vehicle we're going to talk about.
These donors and their families enormous tax benefits while continuing to give them enormous power in the world. And some of these vehicles, some of these tax avoidance vehicles, if they set them up during life, are not just for charity, but are to influence.
And on how much the value of the stock market increased relative to value. Well, you can look at that. I mean, it's not, like I said, I've just never seen people really talk about it that way. I've only seen like dumb libertarian people fucking do it. It's weird to me because it's a, like, it's not like that uncommon to just value like an asset relative to inflation, I guess, but like, I don't know, I'm just not familiar with people doing it that much with like the S&P 500 itself or the Dow Jones itself. It's usually maybe someone owns part of it. Like if you adjust their wealth for inflation, that's going to include the fact that they have whatever assets held, but they're also more accounting for inflation with how much it grew. But I'm just not familiar with, I don't know, maybe it's more common than I think, but like I said, I have not seen many people do that.
And that's because you can put money into a 501c4. That's a particular type of organization that is allowed to engage in political activity. And under our current rules, when you give your appreciated stock, let's say somebody decides to give $50 billion to their C4, they get to have continued control over the asset.
Inflation far significantly outpaces the stock market growth. That doesn't indicate fake growth. Or sorry, doesn't that indicate fake growth? Well, that indicates nominal growth. Like that's just the Fisher effect, essentially.
And a tax-free path to avoid both gift taxes and capital gains taxes.
So let's talk about what you might do about some of this.
This Fisher effect, usually people use Fisher effect just for like interest rates and not like the rate of return of assets, but it also applies to the rate of return of assets, right?
I think something people are hearing a lot about right now is a wealth tax. One reason they're hearing about it is that there is a wealth tax on the ballot in California this year, a one-time 5% wealth tax. These operate a little bit differently for states and for the federal government. So let's begin with the one in the news, which is the California one. How would it work? What do you think of it? What are the considerations for a state thinking about doing this?
The wealth tax is an obvious answer to this problem. It says, all right, we have a lot of ways that people are avoiding taxable income and they have massive amounts of wealth. Let's tax their wealth. And we'll impose a flat tax, 5%. The problem for states is sort of a few problems, but one of them is that people leave states. Now, California is trying to get around this problem of people leaving the state by making it this sort of retroactive one-time tax. It already applies retroactively to people who previously were living in the state, I think, as of January 1st. A retroactive one-time tax, I think, is it's not going to be a permanent solution to the problem, obviously. And nor do I think it's going to prevent people from leaving the state, because once there's done once, there's every reason to expect it will be done again. So I do think there is a problem for states in their ability to raise revenue because other states are trying to compete on these low taxes.
So you have in that case is something like Ron DeSantis in Florida
Absolutely.
trying to attract. I met a rich person not long ago who showed me an app they have that counts the number of days they spend in Florida because they really want to live in New York.
Yeah.
But they live in Florida. I mean, they actually do live in Florida just enough days a year to not pay New York taxes, which I found crazy because I figured the whole point of being rich was to not have to worry about things like this.
I think this is
why
But
people really do it, I guess.
Yes, I find it insane to be rich and to have to live somewhere that you don't want to live. But of course, this is why you're a podcaster and I'm a law professor, right? If we really cared about money, maybe we'd really care about taxes. And because to me, it seems insane. But people do that all the time.
So do you think the wealth tax proposal would be good for California, or is it something that, would just create a benefit for Texas because it'll pull in these rich people?
Well, it's hard to say that it's going to make a huge difference when it's just a one-time tax. So it would have to actually be a more permanent tax. And I think it has a number of problems. One of them is the problem of people leaving. But I think another really significant problem is how you're going to gather the information of how much wealth a person has. It's very easy to think.
And that wouldn't apply to any type of federal tax as well? And that wouldn't apply to any other reform you would want to make? What reform does this girl want to make to her taxes and to make it more fair to address all these issues she keeps talking about that doesn't face that exact same problem? Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah, it's a big problem. The administrative cost of doing that. And then especially because the uber wealthy people are the ones most able to hire tax lawyers to fight the IRS and hire tax lawyers to try to shelter some of their wealth from the IRS as well. Yeah, that's an issue. That's like a general problem with these type of things. Left toward acknowledgement of incentives effect of tax policies, but Ezra undermines it with, if I were so rich, then I would be immune to incentives.
Think about somebody who owns publicly traded stock, and we know how much stock they own, and we know how much they have. But there are lots and lots
it is incredible
that own their wealth in other forms that are very difficult to value. And now you're talking about a state Department of Revenue having to build up the resources to have everybody tell them everything they own and keep up with valuation of it. It's going to be quite
How much is your art collection worth?
Exactly.
How much are your crypto NFTs worth?
Absolutely. And if also, when you start to...
Not to mention, you're encouraging the shifting of their assets into those things that are harder to value. And that probably generally probably going to have a negative effect on the allocation of capital as well. Because probably it's better for the economy for someone to hold a bunch of bonds or stocks that have a clear fair market value than it is for them to hold a bunch of wealth in art.
Partnership interests. These are highly complex.
What ethnicity is Ezra Klein? Isn't he Jewish?
Structures, and it's impossible for somebody to be able to monitor that for all of the different taxpayers. So it's a very, very difficult practical task to get around. Again, California has some solution where you can defer paying taxes and all of these things, but it's
not extortionary and inefficient if the money was just sitting around doing nothing in an account anyway.
It sounds. And I think that it's also a problem in terms of winning the support of the American public, because we pay taxes on the value of our homes, but generally when we think
oh my God,
all of our assets, we know that there's an estate tax at death, but that's very
He's Brazilian Jewish. He's a Latinx king. Okay, good to know.
Than requiring people to
understandable
every thing they own during their lives every year. That, I think, is going to feel invasive to the public, not just to the people who are subject to the rules, but to the other people who are thinking about the fairness of these rules.
But that question also applies to a federal wealth tax, which maybe brings us to that. So, I think to the extent these proposals are associated with anybody, it's by Elizabeth Warren, who's had a number of them over the years. But there are proposals for different forms of national wealth tax. Something like it would be 2 percentage points of your wealth every year on year. And how do you think about this?
Yeah. So in the federal level, you get to avoid the problem, I think, of people moving. Sometimes people say, oh, no, people are going to leave the United States. It's very hard to leave the tax clutches of the United States. And also, this is not an age in which a lot of people want to regularly give up their U.S. citizenship, right? This is and become a citizen in some other country.
Dubai or whatever.
Exactly. So I don't think people claim that.
Particularly, I think it looks bad at the moment.
Yes,
the
exactly.
The Dubai move, which people in the UK, the rich in the UK sometimes do, and I think has been called into question by the recent war.
Yes, exactly. And so I think that's something that people threaten will happen. I don't think that would happen here. But the bigger problem here is the constitutional issue. So our federal constitution.
Okay, at least we get to this too.
Basically has.
How do you give up your citizenship? I don't know what the formal process is, but you're able to renounce your U.S. citizenship.
These special rules about direct taxes and
I'm assuming there's some rule about having to live somewhere else for a while, and then you send a request to some agency to say, hey, fuck y'all, I'm out of here.
Taxes and wealth taxes raise constitutional issues. It's hard because we have a limitation in our Constitution on direct taxes. And the problem is that given our current Supreme Court, we have every reason to think that this Supreme Court might find a wealth tax unconstitutional, which it could very easily not survive. So all of that political effort.
As far as I know, there isn't one. You can for sure renounce your U.S. citizenship. What's up, Dylan Thomas? Welcome back. There is a way, but I don't think there is a buyout. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you have to fucking do some treason. A U.S. citizen may make a formal renunciation of nationality before a diplomatic or consular officer of the United States is in a foreign state in such a form as may be prescribed by the Secretary of State. The Department is authorized to approve a properly completed request for a certificate of loss if the U.S. citizen establishes that they took an oath voluntarily and with the intention of relinquishing U.S. nationality. Person requesting certificate of loss of nationality must review and acknowledge review of Department provided information on nationality, attend 2 interviews with the diplomatic person, and complete the required forms, take the oath of renunciation. Yeah.
Spent for nothing. And it just seems like not a smart way to go, particularly in today's world where the wealthy are able to avoid taxes so easily through the sort of highway of alternatives of tax avoidance because of our failure to tax their investment gains and their inheritances. So I think there's a lot more easier paths to follow. It's not going to be as immediately effective as a wealth tax, but it's more likely to be permanently effective.
So then what would you do?
Yeah. So what I think should happen is, first of all, we have to look at investment gains. And the problem with our investment gains is that they are never taxed to the person who owns it unless they sell the property. However, in Canada, they have a much broader rule. And that rule is that whenever the person transfers the property, not just by sale, but also by gift or at death, the gains at that time will be tallied and the person will have to pay tax on that gain. And that way, gains are taxed to the person who earned them, rather than kicking it down the road to some time in the future that may never come. I personally would, if I could write the rule.
I mean, that's fine. That's just code and step-up basis, right?
I would say that we should eliminate the distinction between capital gains and ordinary income and give them an inflation.
That's very silly.
Adjustment to reflect that inflation holding, and other than that, impose ordinary income rates on that gain. In addition, we need to address inheritances. So people are receiving massive amounts of wealth entirely tax-free. If you were to walk down the street and find $100, you would be expected to report that to the federal government. However, if someone were to give you $100 billion, you literally don't have to tell anyone. There's not even a line on your tax return to let anyone know, because that is seen as entirely your business. And we should not have that be the
What? No, what? Huh?
However, if someone were to give you $100 billion, you literally don't have to tell anyone. There's not even a line on your tax return to let anyone know because that is seen as entirely your business.
What do you mean? That's just not true. What? I'm assuming she's trying to go back to some stuff about like the trust or whatever she was talking about earlier. But even that is like, again, it's not like you just get $100 million. It's that there's $100 million in a trust that you can't really control or access that much. And the rate of return is probably not particularly high. And you get like a monthly payment from it. But like, it's not like you just get $100 million. Gift tax. That's well beyond the gift tax amount, right? Like, I don't know what we're doing.
And we should not have that be the case. We should get rid of the estate tax, which isn't doing
That's really
anything.
true. You could just hand somebody $100 million and you don't have to report it to anybody.
The person who hands it is supposed to report a gift tax return, right? But if it's been put into a trust, the trust has grown, it's distributed from the trust. The person receiving the property may have some flow-through gains through complicated tax rules, right? But the receipt of property by gift, inheritance, or life insurance. And by the way, life insurance is the favorite vehicle of the super wealthy to pass their wealth. When they convert it into a life insurance policy, it all of a sudden becomes non-taxable everywhere. That is received. Those are subject to exclusion.
What?
Meaning life insurance is the favorite vehicle of the super wealthy to pass their wealth. When they convert it into a life insurance policy, it all of a sudden becomes non-taxable everywhere.
I could be wrong. Now, I would imagine that they get good payouts for life insurance because they're a very rich person. But I don't think that you can just like give your estate or assets to a life insurance company to give to your family. I'm pretty sure there's you can't. That's just not. It's not really allowed.
The receipt of property, receiving the property may have some flow-through gains through complicated tax rules, right? But the receipt of property by gift, inheritance, or life insurance. And by the way, life insurance is the favorite vehicle of the super wealthy to pass their wealth. When they convert it into a life insurance policy, it all of a sudden becomes non-taxable everywhere. That is received. Those are subject to exclusions, meaning you don't have to even report them.
You know, one thing that the way you just described that I think makes clear is that there's a level of tax design.
Payments are paid using after-tax income. Yeah, that as well. So what is the point of taxing a payout? Yeah, I don't understand. The insurance death benefit is paid to an estate exceeds threshold. Wait, sorry. Okay. Life insurance offers a sense of security. Many people wonder, is life insurance taxable? Well, life insurance is also considered a tax-free safety net. Improper structuring can lead to unexpected taxes. IRS typically doesn't consider life insurance death benefits taxable income, but beneficiaries may owe taxes in 3 scenarios. They earn interest on the insurance death benefit. So in this case, in order to avoid taxes, you couldn't use a trust or whatever that earns interest over time. You'd have to get a lump sum payment. Insurance death benefit is paid to an estate and exceeds threshold limits. If an insurance policy death benefit is paid to an estate and exceeds the tax exemption limit, or exemption amount, it may be subject to state and federal state taxes. And it's 12 million. Oh no, wait, no, it's 13 million. 27 million for married coupled. Owner and insured are people. The following you have a life insurance policy with the policy owner, the insured, the beneficiary are different people. When the policy owner differs from the insured, the payout to the beneficiary may be considered a taxable gift. Johnson buys a life insurance policy for his wife, Sherry, and names her son, Luke, as a beneficiary. If Sherry passes away and Luke receives the life insurance inheritance, the IRS will consider it a taxable gift from John because John was a policyholder. What if they have a policy on himself? Like, what if Jeff Bezos has a policy on himself and gives it to his children? Is that a taxable gift? The way this was a phrase, maybe I think it would be, but they do use the phrase triangle here. So, oh, they have 3 people here, so probably not then. But I don't know what you're talking about.
There's the level of the will to enforce tax design, which is to say that if you imagine the kind of reform you're talking about, you could make it, but then you would have to actually want it to work. So you began shutting all this other stuff down and keeping it shut down, right? Like these life insurance loopholes you're talking about. But how do you think about these two levels, right? There's a level of tax design and then the level of the tax code is
What's up, Dr. Stranger Legend, W ICE officer? Nothing even here relates to anything about ICE, but welcome in.
complex. People don't know what's happening in it. But the people who do know what's happening in it have a very, very, very strong incentive to support politicians who will allow them to keep using these loopholes or to punish politicians who try to close them.
Yeah.
Wow, it's all rent-seeking. True.
Start by confessing, I am an optimist by nature.
Also, but like insofar as that's true, but I just want to make sure I don't mishear him.
Politicians and two levels, right? There's a level of tax design and then the level of the tax code is complex. People don't know what's happening in it. But the people who do know what's happening in it have a very, very, very strong incentive to support politicians who will allow them to keep using these loopholes or to punish politicians who try to close them.
Yeah. So let me start.
Is that not an argument for like against both taxes? Like saying we should prefer taxes with like lower administrative cost and lower, there's just less immutability for like regulatory capture or any type of like rent seeking shit. And there's a rebellion in my city.
By confessing, I am an optimist by nature. So you may need to take everything I say with a grain of salt. However, I think that this system of non-payment by wealthy Americans came about because of our particular history and particular vulnerabilities of the estate tax. So we had a system where the income tax was incomplete. The estate tax was supposed to be a backup. The assault on the estate tax in the early 1990s was so effective that even Democrats were afraid to do anything to close the loopholes because so many Americans saw it as an unfair double death tax. I think if we had a cleaner system that we could easily have, we get rid of the estate tax, we have an income tax system, it gets a lot harder to pull the wool over the eyes of the public. So I don't think it's the case that rich people can always control, always get what they want. I think that we are living in a moment now where there's more pressure than ever for this to happen. This California wealth tax, right? This is happening because the public has become broadly aware that we've got a lot of super rich people that control massive amounts of the country's wealth, more than they've held, I think, since the 1920s. Significant amounts. I think it's currently
Depends.
31.7%, 32% of the country's wealth is held by the richest 1% of Americans. And at the same time,
what's that number? 31.7%. You know what's I mentioned earlier, I gave Claude access to my Zotero and Notion library. I told him to make this. I told him to look at my notes and make this. And I thought it was all right. But like, hold on, let's look at this table. Did you say top 1%?
Of the country's wealth,
top 10%.
And they've held, I think, since the 1920s. Significant amount. I think it's currently 31.7%, 32% of the country's wealth is held by the richest 1% of America.
Oh, 1%. This is looking at the Piketty Zuckman, pre-tax national income. This is income. Wealth shares. Piketty Zuckman. It's 39%. I mean, it's not that far from. I think the paper's probably fine. Smith, Edwards, 33.7%. You're probably just using one of these two. If you include Social Security, though.
And at the same time, none of them seem to be wrapping themselves in glory these days, right? If we go back 20 years, we had all sorts of amazing things being done by our rich people. And there was a book that came out in the early 2000s that was called Philanthrocapitalism. And the subtitle was How the Rich Can Save the World, right? And this was not seen as insane. Can you imagine a book today, How the Rich Can Save the World?
Right, I'm in the professional opinion business. I can imagine anything.
Yeah. But the idea that someone would think that this would land with the public, which it did in that era, right? The super rich, they can do so many things. We should hand over all of society's problems to them. I mean, I think a lot of people would find that laughable.
I bet that's what the book was arguing. Are you familiar with Bad Epanada? Yeah, obviously. That is someone I am familiar with. I'm just not familiar with the random Minecraft YouTubers you fucking tell me about.
Imagine
or like the random right-wing Twitter users sometimes.
By our glory these days, right? 1% of Americans. And at the same time, none of them seem to be wrapping themselves in glory these days, right? If we go back 20 years, we had all sorts of amazing things being done by our rich people. And there was a book that came out in the early 2000s that was called Philanthrocapitalism. And the subtitle was How the...
When it comes to amazing things or whatever, if we're referring to just philanthropy, which I'm assuming from the title of the book, what the book was talking about, I think rich people absolutely still do quite a bit of that. I don't know like the exact percentage of it off the top of my head or anything, but like Bill Gates does do quite a lot of charitable work, giving to like highly effective charities in Africa, right? That is absolutely a thing. The only other rich person I can think of off the top of my head is fucking Sam Bankman-Fried, who's not a particularly good example of that, but like, I think in a different sense, rich people still are doing awesome things insofar as like, I don't think Elon Musk has done many of these things himself, to be fair, but like, has Tesla and they make cars that are worse than the Chinese EVs, but it's nonetheless cool cars. They got SpaceX. Obviously, Amazon is pretty cool in my opinion. Amazon Web Services. Book was endorsed by Bill Clinton, based. Oh, Manhattan Institute. This is about like fucking effective altruism, bro. Like,
rich can save the world, right? And this was not seen as insane. Can you imagine a book today, How the Rich Can Save the World?
Right, I'm in the professional opinion business. I can imagine anything.
Yeah. But the idea that someone would think that this would land with the public, which it did in that era, right? The super rich, they can do so many things. We should hand over all of society's problems to them. I mean, I think a lot of people would find that laughable today.
I think something that comment is getting at is sometimes people want to tax the rich because they want to punish them. They just like...
This is rape, full stop. If sexual access was gained under false pretenses, that is not consent, it is rape. Oh, if you ever lied to a woman to get laid, you participated in rape culture. It's silly, it's stupid. What do you want me to say? I disagree. I disavow Jane from Twitter.
They don't like the rich. They definitely don't like the rich right now, right? I'm very sympathetic to the argument you're making. And on the other hand, that then sort of winds a lot of things up in moral...
Employer contribution life insurance policies up to the first 50,000 are not taxed. Oh, there's that as well. Yeah. So there's an argument that we need to have tax to pool. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Judgment. When sort of my view is that Sergey Brin should have to pay taxes on that wealth, no matter if he's in the don't be evil era or in the
I
slightly
totally
more
agree.
evil era.
I completely agree. I think it is a big mistake to focus on rich people are bad and therefore we should be imposing taxes, because the reason I think it's bad is because when we move the conversation to whether rich people are good or bad, we are not focusing on the fact that the richest Americans have been written out of our tax system. It's as if we had a system that said people who live in Pennsylvania don't have to pay tax, right? We shouldn't have a discussion that says, well, some of the people in Pennsylvania are good. Maybe it's okay they don't pay tax, right? It's wrong as a matter of principle. It's wrong because we need their money. It's wrong as a matter of fairness. It is wrong for so many reasons. And I think the big problem goes back to your...
I mean, I understand what she's saying, but for one, unfortunately for her, a lot of the progressive narrative around it is that rich people are bad, right? Secondly, whether or not kind of more broadly they're like a positive or negative externality in the economic sense, I think is very relevant to the discussion of how much you should tax them, right? The optimal tax rate on rich people is going to differ heavily based on whether or not they like contribute to negative externalities through potentially some like negative effect they have on democracy, right? Or through like rent seeking, versus like if they are truly doing like productive investments that help a lot of people and there's like potential positive externalities from that, optimal tax rate is going to differ like quite a lot based on that. That is very relevant there.
Your earlier question, which is that the public is misled into thinking the wealthy are paying more taxes than they are. And that is why, that with this 1% paying 40%, right, most of the public doesn't know that the wealthiest Americans are able to avoid taxes by paying taxable income. And if they knew, they wouldn't want that system.
I find what you're telling me here to both track what people I know who have worked on crafting wealth taxes tell me, but I find very frustrating, which is that it seems like it should be possible. And the more you get into it, the harder it becomes, both constitutionally, which is one dimension of it, but the valuing and the continuous valuing and the worrying about people moving things into harder to value assets becomes a problem. And I don't know, I've wanted there to be a wealth tax as long as I've been aware of taxation. And the thing that I feel we're losing if we can't do something like it, which I just think is worth naming, is that wealth creates power. It creates a tremendous amount of power.
Oh, there we go.
We're operating in this era when it's not that the rich...
You can have whatever social welfare function and fixation on your idea, horizontal, vertical, equity and tax system you want, but just don't base it on complete nonsense that is the opposite of reality and use it to justify policy disasters. I agree. I condone.
Early, the super rich so shy about using their wealth to wield power. I mean, you mentioned the anti-estate tax campaign that was heavily funded by 18 of the richest families. But the level of like direct engagement that you're seeing now from people like Elon Musk, like they are really making the long-running fear that if you have enormous wealth, concentrations of wealth, you will have like unmanageable concentrations of political power manifest. And you can design a tax code, you know, that taxes this money eventually. But it doesn't solve the political power question in a way that I think a lot of people want to use a tax code to do so. And I'm curious how you think about that.
Yeah, I think it's a...
What do you mean? How would that not at least somewhat address it?
real problem, and it's a real concern. I mean, people controlling massive...
I also think, like, you know, I can conceive of there being a mechanism for how inequality would weaken democracy. And I think there's a concern right now with Trump and the corruption he's doing and the amount of like rent seeking there. But like when it comes to just like the better identified evidence is just like not that clear. It's like, yeah, you can do like cross-country correlations and get like some, you know, correlation there. That's not a totally insignificant or anything, but you know, really hard to add proper controls to that, address any of the reverse causality issues that might be there, address any of the broader endogeneity issues that might be there. And then, you know, like I said earlier, there's two papers I think Sample gave me a while ago that I cite a lot. I've pulled up on stream a few times, but like we have evidence from the states after Citizens United, that ruling that looked at the effects on the state level, and it's like it led to increased political turnover between parties, didn't necessarily benefit one party over another. And you see like broadly like pro-growth and pro-growth reforms, which yes, benefit capital, but also benefited labor. And then there's like, there's a meta-analysis of like 93 different studies or whatever. And it just finds that like corporate lobbying is generally just not that impactful on policy outcomes. But it's probably, I think there's probably better evidence out there than like 1 minute analysis on the effects of corporate lobbying. I just haven't really seen any that aren't like just the SLOP fucking Princeton 2014 study. This is when all over again. I could be wrong, but in Sylvian Catherine paper, doesn't he say accounting for Social Security, the bottom 50% have like 45% of wealth or something like that? I don't know if it's that high, but yeah, it's I think he says it. I think it's Social Security is like approximately half of the bottom 50% like wealth on average. I think that I remember that being a thing, but my friends had a part of DSA that called Zorhan Zogran. What does that mean? I think it's gotta be the Israel-Palestine thing, right? Is it like the, I don't know what it means. I don't know. I would imagine it relates to something like, it's probably Zog, as in Zionist occupied government, right? That's probably what they're doing. You acknowledge the hypothetical idea of negative externalities from wealth inequality. Do not provide plausible mechanisms, empirical backing for it, or try to quantify and consider trade-offs from doing anything about it. Yep.
Amounts of wealth have tremendous power in our society. And I understand that in some fantasy world, Social
Security now represents 49% of the wealth of the bottom 90%. Of wealth distribution. They think he's super Israel. That's not surprising. It's not surprising to me that DSA people are upset that Zoran is too pro-Israel. If you don't know what something is, just assume it's about the Jews and you'll be right at least 90% of the time. Damn, 49%. I know, so close, Ryan.
Powerful enough wealth tax will be enacted to make a sufficient enough dent in the wealth of the wealthiest people where it is brought down to a level where they no longer have this power. However, from where I sit, that just looks like a fantasy world. That's not going to happen. It's not going to be significant enough. The public isn't going to buy it generally. And I think one of the reasons the public isn't going to buy it generally is because of something we talked about earlier, which is that to the extent it is a special tax focused on the richest people, like we have to punish the richest people, I don't think everybody in the country agrees with that. A lot of people in the country think that people who have acquired their wealth have done so because they've done great things. They've started great companies, and sometimes they have. Sometimes they have done great things. And so it paints too broad a brush. The problem with it is that we have to live in the world that we actually live in. And in the world we actually live in, I don't see that as being a solution that's going to deliver that result.
I think there's also another dimension to why you should want to make sure the richest people are paying taxes. And that is that people do what other people do.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this while reading your book and preparing for this. I pay taxes. I don't mind paying taxes. I think that is part of living in a society. Living in America has been good to me.
You watch the Mitt Romney college thing? No, I wasn't aware of the Mitt Romney college thing. I was aware of the Mitt Romney interview that he did with the Bulwark, but that's I think that's still members only. I don't know if it'll ever not be members only, actually. What's up, Gavin? Welcome back. Hey, I saw the title, and all I can say is no conviction centrist can stay mad. True.
It does piss me off that people above me are not paying taxes. I pay taxes. I don't mind paying taxes. I think that is part of living in a society. Living in America has been good to me. It does piss me off that people above me are not paying taxes.
Yeah.
And when I hear sometimes I'm talking about their weird strategies, and I'm not talking about set to billionaires here, just people who spend more time on tax avoidance, you think, oh, am I being a sucker?
Yeah.
And the fact that at these very high levels, the very richest are making the rich people right underneath them feel like suckers. People don't want to be suckers. They don't want to feel that other people are getting a deal they're not getting. Now, on one hand, you might think it would be good if this made more rich people, advocate for a better tax system, which it doesesn't seem to have done to shut down the ability of people above them to do this. But I do think that it's very corrosive to social solidarity.
I completely
to
agree.
have this sense that there are people out there getting a way better deal than you are.
I couldn't agree more. And that's why I think a lot of that.
I think it's erosive with social, what do you say, social consolidability? When people lie about effective tax rates and lie about how good things were in the 90s. I think he pushed back against a billionaire's talking point. Oh, thank God.
Has to do with the fact that people.
He went to college with some Democrat and he talked about the country. Okay.
That you made before. Well, the regular people are always going to lose out. The rich are always going to have their way. It's always going to be to their advantage. But that is not always the case.
Also, I mean, so if you find a link, send it in the stream chat. If you look at the, I'm going to forget the right terms for this stuff. So there's the tax gap. There's a compliance rate and the tax gap. So from my understanding, I have to go dig into my notes to find it or whatever, but people in the highest quintiles actually have fairly high tax compliance rates in that they fill out their taxes correctly and pay them. The people who have the lowest compliance rate is fucking farmers, funnily enough. Now, tax compliance, it's different from tax evasion. Like, for tax compliance, you don't have to, be intentionally hiding anything, right? And for tax compliance, you can still, there's some, quote-unquote loopholes that are perfectly legitimate to use, right? That are, you still be counted as being, as complying with your taxes. And then there's a tax gap, which is how much revenue the IRS is actually losing from the lack of compliance. So, because farmers are such a small section of the economy, even though the tax compliance rate with them, it's like 30%, it's like 70% of them fucking fill out their taxes wrong. Because farmers are such a low percentage of the economy, though, they still don't actually miss that much revenue. But because the highest income earners have a huge amount of wealth, the IRS does miss more income from them. I love Davis Winter. Also, I see North, yeah. This is looking at, I don't think this has the graph with the farmers. But this is just looking at the tax non-compliance rates. You can see the bottom quintile has the highest rates, top 1%, relatively low. Not that it's necessarily capturing, again, everything they want to talk about, but
That's why I think it's important to think back in history to different times. So one of the times I think is particularly interesting is the Tax Reform Act of 1986. That is the last time that we actually have had any really meaningful reform in the tax system. It was under President Reagan, which was kind of surprising, but it adopted principles of a lot of from...
If only Mitt Romney won in 2012, then there would be no Trump, no failure to arm Ukraine in 2014, 2015, no Warren, no Bernie, no listen, I would like to think that would be the case, but I would, unfortunately, I think people would... Some of the stuff was inevitable.
That had been around under both parties. And what it did, when we talk about high income earners and the inability of high income earners to avoid taxes, that is because of changes that occurred in 1986. Prior to 1986, we had a flourishing tax shelter business.
I'm broke.
And
Fuck.
your high paid surgeon would have not paid taxes on their income because they would have been able to invest in tax shelters and offset all of their income.
People always talk about the very high mid-century World War II, post-World War II income tax rates. But I think this is important because some of these were not actually as real by 1986 as they look on a chart.
Exactly. So you have
Thank you, Ezra Klein. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. They did it. They recognize that meme is fake. Okay. Thank you. Nalfon is afraid of his community going center right. I don't have anywhere like near that amount of like control over my community. It's like anyone quote unquote in my community is like not really a non-Fawn fan. They're more like fans of the Twitch politics sphere or whatever. And they also watch me. So like I'm not the one like controlling that stuff or whatever. I don't really control that.
Had these high rates, but you had massive avoidance by high income earners. And the 1986 Act did something very interesting, and I think something that we should be doing today, which is it broadened the base by getting rid of those tax shelters. And they so effectively got rid of those tax shelters that we don't have them today, right? Our high income people with lots of salaries, they are paying lots of taxes. There's really very little reason or ways for them to avoid taxes. And they were a politically powerful group. So it can happen if you have people that really care about making it happen. It's not like it's impossible to make happen. And I think that is the only way to go.
Ezra really did it. He did.
Only way forward.
I hate this. Rich people actually pay their fair share. BS. I mean, I think like that claim itself is just a little too vague for me to find that much meaning in it. But I think people absolutely underestimate the amount of, or they underestimate the how progressive taxes are now, and they overestimate how progressive taxes were historically. I think that's absolutely true. I think if you look at effective rates, they've just like not declined that much, and like there people still pay a lot in taxes, and the tax avoidance strategies that people say a lot of times, like to buy, borrow, die stuff or whatever, is just like not backed up that well. Jews are way smarter than y'all. We love Jews here. That's true.
A fair tax system. And I think that imperative, that moral imperative, is also a financial imperative, because right now our national debt is so great. Interest payments on the national debt are the third highest expense after Social Security and Medicare. It is. We are spending $1 trillion just to carry the debt this year, more than we're spending in the military.
Wow.
And,
Whoa.
That is not sustainable. So we're going to have to find a way to bring everybody into the tax system.
And then also final question. What are 3 books you recommend?
It's like there's no way you address that problem simply by making everybody pay their fair share or whatever. Like it's pretty limited how much money you can actually raise from all the billionaires. I think literally the meme is, and like this is true, but the meme is you could seize all the billionaires' wealth, literally all of it, and it would not pay for the government's for the federal government for a single year. And that's something you can only do one time. I think Gavin is this guy you always argue with the comments. I feel like I don't reply to him that much in the comments, but yeah, The GDP doesn't matter, dude. Yep. That is indeed him.
To the audience.
Okay. The first book is The Age of Extraction by Tim Wu. This is a fantastic book that talks about how many of our companies that used to do a lot of good for the world are now, rather than producing wealth, they are doing wealth extraction. And that's not good for any of us. And it's relevant for these issues of taxing individuals and taxing companies. The other is the book The Rise and Fall of the Neoliberal Order by Gary Gersel.
I like this. All past guests of the show. Tim Wu, Gary
Really?
Gersel. Yeah, I love these great books.
Oh no, I didn't know they were all. Oh no, Ezra, no.
Fantastic book. And I will say that the title is a bit daunting, but the book itself is so readable. And it makes this incredibly important point that the country used to have one vision of the role of government versus markets. And now we, through the rise of neoliberalism, it's switched to this thing of it's all about let the market run free. But the point is that it is a fantastic illustration of the swings that can occur. And pendulums swing both ways, as we have seen loud and clear in recent years. And I think it's a really good reminder that when people despair of all of the problems...
Okay. Incredible. Incredible. Doesn't even talk about how much you would devalue the wealth of billionaires if you sold it on a stock. But yeah, that's into that. Obviously, yeah. They can't actually... Billionaires can never actually realize all the quote-unquote wealth they have because, you know, the fucking value of their stocks, the value of their assets would go down. Especially for, you know, remember I was talking about earlier how like buybacks are part of the reason buybacks increase stock values is because it is essentially like a signal from insiders that they expect their company to do well, right? The opposite of that is true as well. Like, you know, not only does selling shares, you know, can kind of, you know, essentially mechanically devalue a company insofar as you're just increasing the supply of the shares available. But, you know, an insider, the owner of the company or whatever, like selling their shares, that not particularly good signal to send to investors or everyone else. You know, that's kind of the opposite of a good signal, one might say. All right, before we watch a little bit more SLOP, I just want to get some people's opinion on this stuff. I'm going to read this. Ryan, me, Catrix, North Springer are a center-right actual neoliberals in Hanwhan's community. We are the high IQ members of this society. That's real. High human capital. Everyone in the non-fun audience is high human capital. Unlike I'm center-right, the Mitt Romney thing is imagining downstream effects of his election absent the counterfactual to show any of it. To show any of it would really prevent negative things partially attributable to him not being president. Sure. I think obviously like you could... I mean, part of the justification for not for Mitt Romney, whatever that was, you know, there would be no Trump, which obviously Trump is not center right either, but that's just you know, one of the gripes was preventing a right wing figure from ascending. It was not merely about Bernie and stuff. Ezra was scotching. He was just dunking on the post-war meme and now doing this. It was nice to see the pushback on the effective tax rates post-World War II. Okay. I haven't read his article or anything. I don't think we'll read it. Maybe for context if people want to, whatever. But as someone wrote for the Washington Post, he argues persuasively in Wall Street Journal, that young people enamored of socialism should learn undergrad economics and statistics so that they can at least understand how capitalism works and why their case for knowledge and not ignorance. Make their case for knowledge. I've also heard colleagues make analogous arguments that right-leaning students benefit from learning about market failures, anti-weight loss, gains from trade, etc. in undergrad econ classes to sharpen their arguments. Yes, to all of it I say, basic economics and quantitative reasoning is essential to understanding all of our major policy debates and trade-offs. Making it a core part of liberal civics education seems like a good idea. And we got the Jack Meyer quote tweet. 590 likes, 118 K views. That's how you know. People are It's been viral in my circles. It might be difficult to recognize from the perspective of an economist, but the basic economics curriculum largely affirms the disciplinary straw man that many anti-capitalist students ferociously oppose. A Ben Shapiro presidency would not be better than Obama was that rage bait LMFAO. Oh, did you? Who said that? Did anyone say that? Oh, Ben Shapiro presidency would be objectively better than Obama presidency. I'm not certain that's the case, but maybe I mean, like, I don't know enough about Obama. Maybe I think Ben Shapiro. Obviously, I don't know what he could actually like get done on abortion, but very anti-abortion, anti-gay marriage. Obama, like, you know, didn't have direct control over the gay marriage issue because it was the Supreme Court, but would not have supported that. Certainly, the justices that he would have nominated would have not been likely to do things like that going forward, right? But I think, like, I don't think their like economic policy would be like that substantially different. Like, Obama probably is gonna have like somewhat higher taxes, obviously, and like Ben Shapiro is gonna like cut some welfare stuff, and like it's hard for me to evaluate which one would be better or worse there. Because I think Ben Shapiro, at his heart of hearts, would probably want to get rid of like a lot more welfare spending than I would. But obviously his ability to do that would be limited, just like with the abortion and gay marriage issues. And then we wouldn't have gotten the ACA, and I still, I mean, you know my feelings on that, Easy Money. So I'm not sure. I'm really not sure how their foreign policy would differ either, because I think obviously Ben Shapiro would be like more pro-Israel, but it's not like Obama did. To my knowledge, Obama did not put any substantial pressure on Israel at any point, and obviously cooperated with them for certain war and terror things. Actual effect of giving people Econ 101 might just be they learn to talk about, but employees have an obviously power and more concentration and inefficient, just slightly dressed up versions of your language for your intuitions. Yeah. So I have my thoughts on this are nuanced and conflicting, and I think, for one, I think, you know, if I like reached out to everyone I took economics with in high school, which high school is going to be a little bit different than college, and asked them about like anything in there, basically none of them would be able to tell me anything we learned in there, right? And college is probably going to be a little bit different, but for the most part, I didn't think it would be really hard to make most things stick with people, especially if they are against their existing intuitions, right? So I think part of it will be like what people take away will only be what they want to take away, and that will lead to, you know, things like this where they, you know, take away some understanding of market failures and concentration and stuff that they just used as a, you know, justification for the views they already had. But I think it depends on the way it's taught, but I don't know. You can obviously have like a very like libertarian professor dude, right, that like teaches Econ 101 and is a very strong believer in, you know, most things taught in Econ 101 are like very, 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 I don't want to say very accurate, but like pretty accurate models of the real world. And, you know, we don't need much empirical evidence, you know, maybe not full on proctologist or anything, but like it's like a Thomas Sowell Light type person, right? Who is very much interested in teaching things that way. And there are important principles that you could take from that, right? But I think that generally is going to lead to people dismissing it, and it is going to seem like the straw man that people oppose or whatever. But like, I don't know. If you watch, for example, like the guy who made like the MIT like open course like economics class or whatever, right? Here's a guy that like worked on getting the Massachusetts version of the ACA passed, right? It's like, he gave lessons about healthcare and the potential market failures there, and like how we can use the government to address them. And it's like, I think his students probably took away something from the class that if they were more social leaning before, they now understood what some of the argument for capitalism is. And I don't know how well this could be accomplished. Part of it is that I just want people to have like a theory of mind for understanding why people might be in favor of something or like against something like against single payer healthcare, right? Like it is not the case that the people against single payer healthcare just want poor people to die and just think that capitalists are all just entitled to their profits from medical care and stuff. It's that you have all these reasons to believe why the quality of care might worsen and why that might have bad outcomes overall for healthcare. We talk about taxes and deadweight loss so much in macro. It was mentioned in every class. In macro, we talked about obviously we did taxes and stuff, and we did it in micro. I don't think anyone could remember, like I said, any of this shit if I asked them to. But I think tax incidents would be something that I think probably would really want to get across to people. But like I said, I think it's just not going to stick with people if they don't care to begin with. What we want to teach them is about the methodology and ability to reason about economic problems. It's not reading about, I was going to say, but that just isn't going to go with the average student at an average university. Yeah. I think like, and he said statistics too as well. Forget all the economics. Teach them econometrics. Okay. It's like, I don't think there's any way to properly do this, but Nathan Robinson's SLOP, we'll talk about that. Watch it in a second. Yeah. But, I just want to teach them how broadly like the models work and such, and like why, and like create a theory of mind there and create some like intuitions there for like how to reason through things with theory, and then like talk about empirical evidence and like what makes good like actually identifiable evidence, and understand why just doing a cross-country correlation between econometrics is too complex for a requirement. I mean, I was memeing about literally econometrics, but like, I think you could teach, the example I was about to give, why probably not a great idea to just do a cross-country correlation between inequality and like democracy, and then make like conclusions from that. But like I said, I don't know how to do it, but certainly I think there's a way to teach many Econ 101 things without affirming that straw man or whatever. And at least, I'm not sure it'll ever go that well, but like, even in some cases where it might do that to some extent, I at least create like a theory of mind for why people think this way, and like why people argue against things that you might consider human rights, or like why people want the poorest to die and shit like that.
Welcome to Current Affairs. My name is Nathan Robinson. I am the editor-in-chief of Current Affairs magazine. I am joined today by John Cassidy. He is a staff writer at The New Yorker. He is the author of the books How Markets Fail, The Logic of Economic Calamities, and most recently, the book that we are here to talk to him about today, Capitalism and Its Critics, A History from the Industrial Revolution to AI. John Cassidy, thank you for joining us on Current Affairs.
This guy, I feel like I've heard of him before, but John Cassidy also sounds like a very generic name. He's not an economist, is he? American journalist. Does he have econ degree? Economics writing, okay. Hold on, wait. Pursued a master's degree in journalism. Okay, a master's in economics. Okay, and a master's in economics from New York University. Okay.
Thanks very much for inviting me on. Delighted to be here.
Well, first, congratulations on this book, because it really is just a momentous achievement. It is one of those books that is called magisterial, because it is a sweeping history of the criticisms of capitalism across the centuries, profiling dozens of fascinating figures, tracking the evolution of capitalism, tracking the evolution of pro-capitalist ideas, of anti-capitalist ideas. It's totally...
I mean, seriously, predicted HCI of Russia before the Communist Revolution was at the level of current day NK. Whoa.
Totally rich, and I was totally baffled as to how I could possibly have a conversation with you about it.
There's a book where I was talking about how he was misrepresenting Splinter Study. Oh, I remember. Yeah, he was being misleading with it. Oh boy.
So we're only going to be able to scratch the surface here. So let me start by asking you, John.
Kind of makes it worse that it's the economy then.
Why would anyone have criticized capitalism, the foundation of our prosperity, the system that has given us untold wealth, lifted all boats, and created the modern world as we know it? What spurred so much criticism?
Well, it's been criticism since day one, or actually before day one. My first critic in the book sort of predates industrial capitalism. Let's start with the basics. Where does capitalism come from, and where do I start? The book basically starts in 17...
Oh, what's up, Pathfinder? 10,000 Adam Smiths running a train on Nathan J. Robinson Chrysler.
With the first cotton factory. That's when the Industrial Revolution is usually dated to. So the book is really about industrial capitalism. But I'm not saying this was something completely new, because there was mercantile capitalism before that. So one of my first...
we're lumping that in.
Are critics of mercantile capitalism. Mercantile capitalism was colonial capitalism based on colonial monopolies like the East India Company, the Dutch East India Company, the African Company. Lots of the companies involved in the slave trade, involved in all sorts of spices trades. Anyway, the first one is you say, why would anybody be critical of capitalism? Well, my first critic was critical of it. He's basically a critic of large corporations. He was a whistleblower for the East India Company who fell out with his bosses and got fired, and wrote a sort of tell-all claiming that they were exploiting the
East Indian Company, who had a state... I'm not making this up, right? Am I going crazy? They had a state guaranteed monopoly, essentially.
People in India who they bought stuff from, they were a trading company, and also exploiting the British consumer by overcharging, etc., etc. The second critic in the book is Adam Smith.
Yeah, people might be surprised to have him included in...
Oh no, yes, I love quote sniping on it. Yes, do it, yes.
Exactly, why is Adam Smith doing a book about critics of capitalism? Because he actually wrote The Wealth of Nations, which fortunately comes out in 1776, so it's all sort of maps up at the start of my book. He says in the introduction to the book, he wrote this book as an attack on the mercantile system, as an attack on mercantile capitalism, which is sort of protectionist, monopolistic, sort of capitalism Donald Trump's trying to resurrect as we speak. Adam Smith was a big defender of free markets, free enterprise. He said we didn't need protection, tariffs, etc. Free trade will deliver all these goods that we're getting from all over the world anyway. He didn't say we didn't need slavery. You could hire all the workers on the open market. So my first two critics, as I say, are critics of the previous form of capitalism. Now, get on to industrial capitalism, and I acknowledge this is a history rather than a sort of political tract. I try to be fair, and
this is Google Gemini AI overview. If you learn about the history class, I'm like, that's cool. I don't want to make sure I'm not going crazy. But a powerful state-sanctioned monopoly on English trade with the East Indies, guaranteed by a 1600 royal charter. The monopoly secured by partnership with the British government lasted until 1813.
One of the first, there are only two charts in the book. The first chart is the famous hockey chart, which I think is in chapter 1 or 2, which shows GDP, wealth, whatever you want to call it, basically is flat.
GDP is not wealth, but what's up?
What's up? It's my birthday. What's up?
Oh, fuck, it is. Because it's Hitler's birthday, too. Hell yeah.
That's right. That's right. We're one and the same, really. I always thought that. Yeah, that's right. It's also Weed Day. We're 20, indeed. Motherfucker. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And where you live?
No.
Damn.
No. Very sad. So sad. But I mean, it makes you a bum, so no. I'm not sad. But yeah. Oh. Did you read Hamsters on the Minimum Wage?
I listened to it on Substack when I was doing something else, so I know probably what it talked about, but I'd have to read it.
Speaking of that, what the fuck? Why does Substack have some articles that you cannot listen to? What the fuck? Who wants that?
What do you
just
mean?
makes it a little...
Do you mean
Sometimes I'll open an article, there is no play button.
So there are some articles, I think, if it's from a small enough person, they just don't generate a AI reading thing or whatever. But there's also I don't know why Substack does this. It's annoying to me. There's post on the page of the person who makes the Substack, and it's their theming, and it's their website, right? You can go to nonfon.blog and my Substack posts are there, and it'll be the domain nonfon.blog and then like / the title of the post. But then there's also like, in order to listen to the audio, you have to like go to the Substack post within the Substack app. So like instead of nonfon.blog, instead of having like my blue color, it'll be like the Substack gray color, and it'll be like substack.com/post/ a bunch of numbers or whatever. You can only listen to audio on the one that's built into Substack. It's really annoying. They used to have this feature as well, where you could like click on 3 little dots on like the top right corner and hit open. I think it said open in player, and it would go from the dedicated page to the fucking to the one built into Substack. And I would use that to switch easily between the two types of posts or whatever. But then they fucking got rid of it, and I had to tell Claude Code to make a new extension for me to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, wait, you can make custom extensions. That's brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of that, I always wanted to make an extension where it's a very common problem if you speak two languages. You'll type like something you think is in English, but then it turns out you only typed it in Hebrew, or vice versa, right? And so it should be cool to just have an extension where you can just highlight it and click like convert, and then it just like converts it to the corresponding letters instead of you having to type it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Yeah, there's that. I also just made a GitHub, so I've been like, I have a lot of code from like when I was 16 or stuff that I really liked visual coding. I made like a lot of cool animations with code. So now I'm just like telling Codex, here's my code, make it more efficient, make it an HTML and like upload it to GitHub, and then I do that. So it's just pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm very scared of AI. Are you a doomer?
I'm not a full-on doomer, but I am like, I'm worried about it, but both in the like, I think there's non-zero chance in like misalignment and p-doom sense, but also in the sense of, just like, I think probably there will be like less like research assistant jobs in the future that like, the type of jobs that I would go into.
The jobs angle is less concerning because, I mean, we are a democracy to the extent it will be like bad jobs wise. At most a decade, which is bad, but like at most of that, but then it get fixed. Then you pass policy. It's like you're not gonna get immiseration for more than a decade from AI. That's just not happening. But yeah, I'm very worried about P-doom. I think my P-doom is like 30-50%. Very concerning. So I'm on board with pause AI, but so it's annoying because like I'll see data centers and like I do want to pause AI research because it's just like nuclear bombs. I'm very excited about AI research, and it's cool so far, but we're getting very close to danger territory. And so I want to pause data centers. But then it's like you get negatively polarized because like the arguments against them are so dog shit by the average person, right? It's the water, man. It's the water. Yeah, kill yourself. It's really Jesus. It's really bad. I should probably not say that on your stream. But yeah, it's like Jesus. It's really bad. But yeah. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. These are just my thoughts scattered. So I'm very concerned about AI. Do you know Doom Debates?
Yeah.
Liam Shapiro, he's really cool. Apparently he's Israeli. I didn't know that. He also liked like a tweet of mine like a week ago or something. But yeah, cool guy all around. And I like that he's like a very linear Bayesian reasoner. Dude, oh wait, you want to know something? You can watch this off stream, okay? And then I'm going to go. He debated some guy. So there's Eliezer Yudkowsky, right? He said something like 3 years ago or something in Time magazine where it's like completely stop data centers, have passed regulation to do it, make international treaties to do it, and don't just make them ineffective, make them like enforceable and sanctionable, and if needed, be willing to airstrike a rogue data center. Okay, he's not saying right now, guys, go do violence against data centers. And he's not even saying become more and more angry until we do violence against data centers. He's just saying we should stop this by international treaties, and not the type of international treaties that is feckless and toothless. Make it enforceable, kinetically if needed. That's not. I mean, it's not a violent position, right? That's just not a calling for violence. So, but everyone in the like super pro AI accelerationist camp, who are so stupid. By the way, they like one side is right when they don't even make argument, when the other side doesn't even make arguments, or like they're not even listening and they make terrible arguments. So the accelerationist camp, they use it against them and whatever, and it's really sad.
Damn.
But yeah, so Liam had a debate with this other guy about if it's a call for violence. Dude, you should listen to that debate when you have free time, because that guy debates exactly like Destiny. It feels like it's Boomer Destiny. Well, I don't know about Boomer because like he must be like 10 years older. But that guy, I just listened to it and it was uncanny how much like Destiny it feels. Where it's like you can tell this guy is making some type of argument, like he's thinking about a topic related to what's being discussed. But Liam will make a very linear claim, and the guy will just like say, "No, by definition that's false because here's like some weird definition I have," and then like make a abuse like logical or notation. Like he will say, "Yeah, if you're saying something false, of course everything follows." Like that. That is a thing in logic, but like that's not what usually like stuff like that.
Was he debating? Was he debating like a nobody, or was it is it some other?
No, it's some other. It's not a content creator, so it's a nobody in that sense. But it was like some ML researcher.
Yeah,
I forgot his name, but here it's the most recent one. Did Eliezer Yudkowsky really call for violence? Debate from 2 days ago in Doom debates. I listened to that. It was really funny to me because, like, yeah, it just felt like listening to old Destiny debate. It is just like, yeah. When I say old Destiny, not like old videos from Destiny. Oh, also, fuck. And then I gotta go, really. So there's one Destiny debate that I keep coming back to. Okay, it's actually almost exactly 4 years ago. It happened on, at least it was uploaded on October 8. I'm sorry, not October. April 18th, 2022. Okay, about less than 2 months after the Ukraine war, and Destiny is debating this guy from Twitter. I forget his name. Like Dennis Logic, something like that. Some guy who just like his entire personality is like reading books and being pro-Russian or something, whatever.
Yeah, based.
And he debates him, and that's like, if you want to know what I'm opposed to, and what the type of person I hate, and a view kind of as like the opposite of me. It's a person like that because his entire thing is that he just like he talks to Destiny and it sounds like it's a conversation, but he's just like railing him into like schizo Hegelian like stuff because he reads a lot of books, but there's not like substantive engagement with anything he says. He's just like just like walking him down some narrative. Like every time Destiny would say something, it'll be like, yeah, which is true, and that's why part of like U.S. hegemony will be part of, because after World War II, there was the creation of the internet, which was like, involved with the military of the United States, which is enforced by empire. Because like, you remember that debate? It's like 2 hours.
He talks about might know what you're talking about. Yeah, hold on, I can't. What's it like? Title of the video?
I forget. I can find it for you very easily, but it has like a blue background and there's like a lightning. That's the thumbnail. Look up like Destiny debate lightning. Maybe you'll find it. I can find it. I watched it like 3 days ago.
Yeah, if you
but yeah, that debate. If you listen to that debate, like that type of person is what I'm opposed to philosophically. It's just like I don't read too many books in my free time just because I don't have free time and I kind of read slow. I read pretty fast in Hebrew, but English is a second language. I cannot read too fast.
Sure.
Yeah, that person is just like not. He's reading and he's saying stuff, but substance-wise, like the amount of information per second he's saying, it's just like abysmal. But that will sound like he's engaging it, and sometimes he will say something semi-insightful. So he knows what questions to ask at some points, but it's just like, yeah, it's so bizarre to me. Yeah, so that's a type of like schizo Hegelian Haas, like Haas, the guy from the American Communist Party.
I'm familiar with Haas, yeah.
Right, so that stuff is just so bad. It's just got to be so bad. What's up, Sam?
What's up,
my guy? What do you think about hamsters on the minimum wage? Oh my god! Oh my god! Drama! Oh my god! Also, say happy birthday.
To
Happy
who?
birthday.
Is it non
To me. To
Wow.
me.
Wow. Sam doesn't know.
Wow. He forgot. Oh my god.
Is it?
I'm betrayed, really.
Is it? Bro, whose birthday is it? Okay, happy birthday, non-fun. Happy birthday, Sabotex. Okay, that way I've hedged both my bets.
Ow. Ow. Who needs friends when you have to? Who needs enemies when you have these types of friends? Terrible.
Mm. Yeah, so if I go into our messages Sabotex on the 23rd of December, is it gonna have a happy birthday Sam message?
23rd of December. Oh, because it's your birthday? Well, you know, but
Yeah.
well, I spiritually did. Spiritually, I
Okay,
did.
okay.
True.
Okay. Sure. And yeah, Hamsters is just no offense to Hamsters. He's a nice guy. He's just kind of a terrorist. But
Yeah, we need. Yeah, and we don't negotiate with
just
terrorists.
no, yeah, exactly. That's the policy. I'm still God, like Hamsters make a Substack which doesn't have a random Sam tweet from 2021 in there with me not tags challenge level impossible. Jesus.
Yeah, I agree with that. Speaking of, why are you not writing Substack articles anymore? What the fuck? I enjoyed them.
I've just been busy, man. I don't know,
Yeah,
like just
yeah,
been living my
yeah,
life. Got econ
yeah.
burnout a little bit. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. But I was going on a deep dive.
I'm writing the
Um,
Sovereign Wealth Fund article any day now. Yeah, one second.
how you doing on fun?
I've been doing good. Yeah.
You still still a neoliberal?
Absolutely. I mean, more neoliberal.
Not on the social democracy wave anytime soon.
Unlikely.
Oh, man.
Sam, what do
Yeah.
you think about Lane Kenworthy? What do you think about that guy?
Who?
Lane Kenworthy. He's like
Oh,
capitalist guy.
yeah. I remember seeing some of his books, but it kind of seems like kind of regression slop. But I mean,
Yeah,
it's kind of. I don't think it's. I don't think it's like awful or anything. Like I think it's.
Flip pedal's not working to mute me.
Exactly.
I think
it's probably the
not
same
been
level.
editing videos as much. But I guess the ones I've edited probably
I
won't
probably
piss
see
you
it as
off
the
that
same
much.
level with like his stuff as when people do the Fraser Institute Economic Index kind of thing, and then they just go that is the same outcome. I think it's probably like that level. It's probably showing some sort of correlation with something else. Although I'm still I mean, even with that, even with that stuff, I'm not entirely sure that it could just be that the direction of causality goes the other way. Like richer countries just might tend to
It's Sam.
adopt more stuff. Yeah, they might just engage in that. And
a lot of it regression slop. These are my thoughts too. But Online Econ had a stream recently, and he was watching the Money and Macro video on inequality and whatever, and they kind of were inspired or used the same data or whatever as, and where they, it's like, yeah, it is regression slop, but like a lot of the inequality papers are also regression slop. So what you gonna do?
True.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind Link Kenworthy. I think he's probably he's fine, but it's not somebody that I've read like extensively. Because to be honest, whenever there's like an economic topic and I like look them up and they're like a fucking, he's like a sociology professor. It just kind of puts me off reading them in the first place. Same with
Well, Tibor Rutar is great. Tibor Rutar is the goat. But wait, I have to concur with Sam. Sam, you don't hate EMBs, right?
EMBs?
Yeah.
Remind me what a DMB is.
Yimby? You don't know what Yimby is?
Oh, DMB. Okay, I've always said DMB like a fucking acronym.
No.
No, I don't. I think NIMBYs are
He mentioned
worse.
you to a friend,
NIMBYs are
and
worse
they
than
get it
Selenium.
was from another friend group. Right? And they were like, "Yeah, of course I know Charsky." And I was like, "Do you know Sam as well?" Yeah. Oh, the anti-Yimby guy. Yeah, I know him. It's like, man,
That's a YIMBY
you're a
guy.
reputation, man. What are you doing?
I just think that it's just the fact that it's just the rabid YIMBYs, bro. It's not even the
Yeah,
I'm in favor. I'm in favor of building stuff. I think that's good. But I
yeah.
just remember that the like the reception that at first that the like what's it called, Mondragon et al. Got, and then like it's like even in that yeah in that FAQ as well, they had to be like, no guys, we promise we're not like anti-build stuff ever just because we wrote this one paper. Like I know everyone's just saying that, and then like it's just, and then
Yeah. I mean, I think it's still funny how we talked about that paper, and you sent me the FAQ, and I said, "Yeah, but it's still an instrumental variable paper, so exclusion restriction is probably violated." And then they have a
That's
question
true.
saying exactly that. They have a question saying exactly what I said, and then just like responding to it. I think that's really funny.
they actually went really above and beyond in terms of like answering critiques in their research. Like they
And I
responded
will
to
say,
both of the rating systems.
Michael Wieben, whoever the fuck how you say his name, they did not respond to the FAQ or the response papers, to my knowledge. So
No, I don't remember them doing that.
yeah, so there's
I
that.
do wonder like if there's a, because it seems like responses of economists happen all the time, and eventually they just get to the point where eventually some of these got to start responding. So I wonder like whether
I gotta go though.
does this usually
yeah.
like
Real quick,
It's a
Sample,
bit
did you
there.
I'm just curious, it reminded me of this. Did you see the Ezra Klein's recent thing about fucking taxes?
About taxes? Yeah, fuck, bro, that was so bad. That was so painful. Fuck, man, that was so painful. Yeah, that was just painful. What can I say? It was just painful.
I don't know
She
why they got a lawyer
as
too.
bad as
Just
the
get
other
an economist.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad, but it was pretty damn bad. Like she was reasonable at some points, but God, it's like so bad. Destiny also has this bizarre take where he thinks like having a small tax will literally not affect a single person, right? So it's like
Oh yeah,
no one's really gonna stop consuming or like stop investing if you have a 2% capital gains increase or something. It's like, I mean, that must be false because if you do it multiple times, you will get some people not investing. It's just on the margins. Yeah, I mean, of course, not everyone, but some. I mean, just like what the 240 million people. Of course, some will not invest. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Dead weight loss is a thing. Yeah, I don't know. Very annoying, very upsetting. But whatever. You know what I've been most upset about? The Rokana Epstein Jubilee thing. God, just awful. Just terrible. You know, they originally named the video Rokana versus 20 Epstein skeptics. I was like, oh, what? They found like 20 Michael Tracy's? There are so many of us. But no, it's just 20 people who are mad about not doing enough about Epstein. It's like, oh, fuck.
of course.
It's so bad. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I talked to Synth about Epstein. It was fun, but yeah. Jeez, man. Jeez, not good. Yeah.
Epstein file critics.
That's right. I was so disappointed. I thought that they had like 20 Michael Tracy's.
They think that there's fucking nothing in that shit.
No, really, yeah. They're like, and also like half of them are Trumpers, so it's double annoying. One of them is like, yeah, Trump didn't do anything, but they're like, yeah, we gotta persecute everyone. It's like, okay, bro, shut up. If anyone is implicated, it's Trump, but he's not. But if I would, yeah, whatever. You know the point. Anyway, I gotta go. My parents want to celebrate my birthday. I'll drive them. Bye. Have fun. Good luck. See ya. Talk to you later. Kisses, hugs, whatever. Bye.
Oh wow, cute.
This guy, man.
For
What
real.
do you think of Mamdani's tax?
I mean, it doesn't seem like the biggest deal in the world, but I don't know. It seems silly. Like, you know what? It's a shame he doesn't want to raise property taxes on everyone. Okay, that'd be the real base thing. But he tried to avoid that. That's the last resort.
Yeah, that's just I don't know. He seems to be doing okay so far, but I don't think he's been the big disaster I think a lot of people were thinking he was going to be. I did see a fucking Palestinian guy screaming at him though the other day. It was like it was like you said Israel has the right to exist. You said free Palestine, but Israel has the right to exist. And he's wearing like and then like people like clap and it's like God, like we're already so cooks.
Yeah, those might be the people most upset at him. So it's
How do you think the political landscape's looking right now? Because I think that it seems like very hard to find somebody right now that's like quite a big Trump defender. But I mean, if you look at the polls, I mean, there's still quite a lot of them out there. I mean, you saw that poll, MAGA support for Trump, and it was like 100%.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the online spheres and stuff. I actually got swayed by this at one point when I before I go into politics at all. Just like when you only interact with people your age and stuff, you think that like everyone's left wing, and you think that like Jeremy Corbyn's going to win the election, but like all of the I remember when he got spanked, and I went back and looked at the polls, and all of them had them like losing like really badly, and so it's not like it was a huge surprise or anything.
Yeah.
But
there's definitely I've been to a few of the Unfuck America events, and there are going to be a lot of factors that affect this or whatever, but like they struggle to get people actually to defend Trump at like all of them. The most recent one I went to, Destiny wasn't there, so like that is going to affect things even more. There just are not going to be that many people that show up, but like they have to talk to themselves half the time, or they're like debating veganism or Israel Palestine with like lefty college students instead of actually talking about Trump. It's pretty rare that you actually see like someone defending Trump, and I think like that's on a college campus, other people my age, that's with that's not going to be representative or anything, but those people, the ones who are like more conservative or whatever, aren't really interested in defending Trump. They just like don't like Biden or Kamala Harris, but like half of them are all they either believe that Trump is controlled by Israel and Epstein blackmail, or that like they'll agree with some most of what they say about Trump being bad and doing dumb shit, but they're just like, oh, but Kamala Harris's unrealized gains tax would have tanked the economy. And then like the MAGA I just feel like the MAGA like boomer type people are probably just gonna be chilling and saying yes to supporting Trump in the polls, and they'll go vote for some whoever it's the next Republican nominee, so long as Trump endorses them. I don't really know what they're going to do in the future, or who the next Republican nominee is going to be. But
I don't think it's going to be Vance. What are the odds looking like right now?
I don't know what you only like the poly market odds. I think Vance is probably most likely, but
I wonder if it's changed on who because he was favorite last time I looked to be next president. So I'm just
Republican nominee is JD Vance 39%, Marco Rubio 21%, Tucker Carlson 4.5%, and DeSantis at 2.6%. I feel like
say that again. Is that Republican nominee, or is that next president?
The Republican nominee.
Say those again.
It was JD Vance at 39%, Marco Rubio at 21%, Tucker Carlson at 4.5%, and Ron DeSantis at 2.6%.
Okay. I think there is room for a surprise candidate. But I don't think that like it seems like Fuentes has quite a lot of influence at the moment, at least in young people. But it's not that much influence. Like Fish back in Florida, I mean, right, like he's done better than I thought he was gonna do. But I mean Byron Donalds is still definitely gonna win. And like yeah, I mean it's like Rubio or Vance. I don't think there's much. Like I've not seen Vance almost at all recently. I don't know if I've seen Vance do anything significant in like the last 6 months.
Yeah, I don't know. He tweets sometimes, but that's about that's about it.
I don't really know. Like is Trump maybe grooming him to be the next candidate? I mean, usually it's like the vice president if they want to run. Biden would have probably beat Hillary if he ran in 2016. Assuming she would have run at all. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm wondering, like, would there even be like a Fuentes candidate in the mix? Like, how they would do?
I don't think.
Because
yeah, and like the national level,
that's a very weird space. It's a very weird space, like at the moment in the Republican space, because you've got Fuentes and then you've got people like Shapiro, and then you've got people like Matt Walsh you saw in the middle, and I think a lot of people are not liking the foreign policy stuff, and that is maybe drifting some people. But I mean, I hear I know so many people that do not care about politics at all, and I know it's Britain, so it's completely different. But they say some they're like fucking. I don't know. I feel like the common sentiment is just America is like actually fucking batshit crazy at the moment in terms of foreign policy, in a way that I don't even. I mean, I wasn't that clued into politics, but I don't think they were moving as crazy as they are now during Trump's first term.
Yeah.
Like although I'm not 100% clued in on the Iran stuff, but is Dr. Avi still defending it?
I would guess so. I haven't seen anything new from him, but I would almost certainly guess he would be.
Man, okay, that's just yeah, and but the world's kind of I would say the world's cleaning up a bit, but I don't think it is at all. I mean, God, don't even get me started on the fucking political situation in the UK. Jesus Christ. I mean, to be fair though, it's not as bad as it looked 6 months ago. Like Reform have dropped in the polls, but they're still like
yeah. But you don't have
like
to.
Reform will like.
There's not going to be elections for another 4 years, right? Or unless they call them.
Yeah, 3 years. But Labour are looking cooked. Not gonna lie, it's not looking good. Although things can change, but the difficulty is that nobody cares. Nobody cares about anything that Keir Starmer's got to do. People care that Keir Starmer's boring. Like people care that people like nickname him Keith, and like they go, oh, the Keith Starmer, and then when he cut child benefits or something, and then people are like, oh, he's Sir Kid Starmer, and like that's what people care about. And the Greens are on the up, but they're just also looking kind of unelectable. I think the big thing that I think that because I'm still a member of Labour, but I'm very and ahhing about it because
I was going to say, do you still? I think I remember you saying that you were considering voting Green Party next election.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, well, the issue is that it's not necessarily. The reason why I said that is because I don't know how clued in you are into UK stuff, but there was a by-election. Do you know what I'm assuming you know what a by-election is.
No, not off the top of my head, I don't, at least.
Oh, basically, it's when for some reason, like there's a MP who has to step down, and they just have like in one seat they have like a election, and it's like in between like parliaments, and the proposed Labour candidate, or at least somebody who stood up to the plate, was the Mayor of Manchester, who's called Andy Burnham, and he's been a Labour candidate in the past, and he's I think he's quite popular with the Labour base. He's very popular as Mayor of Manchester, although that's a very like predominantly left-wing area. Like the area is never voting right-wing ever. It's like fucking. It's not California because that is a different demographic, but like he's very popular.
The cities in California are never voting Republican.
Yeah, and like he was rumored to be the candidate, and he like applied to be the candidate for the by-election, and all of the polls that had him included as a Labour candidate had an easy Labour win. This is a seat that Labour already held, by the way. This is a seat where somebody left, or somebody got like I don't know, some controversy or something, and they had to step down, and all of them had them as winning. But because he's a potential threat to Starmer, they blocked him from running, and the Greens won in the end. And at that point, you're not doing it for the benefit of the party. You're doing it for the benefit of the guy who's leader of the party, who's not popular. Like, people do not like Starmer. They are not doing well in the polls. And it is not looking like it's going to turn around at all. I think the big change in the past year or so has been that Labour have just continued to get less and less and less popular. Although it's sort of like mellowed out a little. I think if I look at the and the Greens have just become more and more popular. So I was kind of like, if they're actually like doing to the point where they just don't give a fuck about their party, how can I be a member of that party if they're doing it all for the benefit of the leader, even to the extent that they're willing to sacrifice by-elections just, to prevent the possibility of someone who's a really popular guy within your own base and within the country itself from getting a seat because he might threaten Starmer. Like that's the thing where it's struggling for me. But I've decided that I'm not going to switch until Greens are on average doing better than Labour, because Labour right now is still pulling above the Greens, but it's pretty fucking close. Like the Greens have gained, like they've maybe gone from like, since Polanski got elected, which was maybe August or September, like they've probably like doubled their support in the polls. Like they've gone from maybe like 9% to like 16, 17%, and Labour's on like 18, 19, and Conservatives are very similar. But the good news is that Reform, they were looking in like October time, they were like polling in like the low 30s, and now they're polling in like the mid 20s. But they're still like predicted to, like, because of the way in which Parliament's mixed up, they're still predicted to fucking smash everything. Like they're still predicted like to win like a fucking huge ass majority with only 25% of the vote, which is kind of crazy.
Are there do the parties ever change their like MP without losing a election? Are there ever, or is it only after they lose the election that the next party puts their prime minister in?
Are you saying like, is there? Well, I mean, there was a lot of switch ups in the last parliament with the Tories, right? Is that what you mean?
But that was, yeah, but that was only. I mean, I'm not like that tuned into British politics or whatever, but like there was like Liz Truss lasted fucking 40 days or whatever. Like that seemed.
Yeah.
Is there ever more normal circumstances where they change who the prime minister is without losing control of parliament?
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm getting confused with what you're asking. So you're asking for
Like my
examples where they
understanding,
change.
maybe I misunderstood. Is the parliament, they choose who the prime minister is, right?
Yeah.
And then usually it's one party or a coalition, and they'll elect someone from their party to be the prime minister. If the if the current dude Steimer, if he's so unpopular, are there ever cases where the party that currently has power will choose someone else from their party to be prime minister just because the current dude is unpopular? Or is that like...
Yeah, well, the thing is, it can happen. They would need a vote of no confidence, and that's how Boris Johnson originally got ousted, because there was a vote of no confidence against him, and he won maybe like 57%, 58% of the vote, so he stayed in. But with a vote like that, he resigned because of that anyway, because like you can't have like 42% opposition against
Sure.
like your own MPs. I think that there's been other examples in the past where I think in 2003, so by this point Blair was prime minister and he won huge landslides in 1997 and 2001, and in 2001 a guy called Ian Duncan Smith got elected as the leader of Conservatives. In still 2003, it was still looking like really fucking bleak. It looked like they were like Labour was just going to win another fucking majority in 2005. So I think there was a vote of no confidence, and he got ousted. It is possible that it could happen to Starmer, and there are like some people that start. I think it's becoming more and more regular now for people to come out and be like, he might need to go. And with there's local elections next month. I think that's going to look pretty fucking bleak for Labour again. It's possible, but also because there's so many Labour MPs, might take quite a lot to do it. I don't super know. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the good news is, depends on how you see good news, but there's a whole debate amongst reform supporters at the moment about whether they should support reform or restore Britain, which is like a even further right thing, founded by Rupert Lowe, who did seem to unfairly get kicked out of the Reform Party. It seems from the way in which I look at it, that he just kind of like criticized like Farage and said that, like, maybe like he would like want to be leader someday, and then they said some like weird thing about like he was like bullying his staff, but it didn't turn out to even be from his staff. So I'm not 100% sure what happened there. But it looked kind of weird.
Incredible. Yeah.
But some of the polls are looking really strange. Like it's looking very even. Like I think maybe a month ago there was a poll that had 3 parties all on 21%. None of which were Labour, by the way, which is quite funny. The Conservatives, Reform, and Green all on 21%. The Lib Dems are just kind of not doing well. Again, they're just, I don't know, they're just always consistently. And the thing is as well is that I don't know how much you know about the history of British politics, but the Liberal Democrats were really quite a popular party from 1997 to 2010. Actually, in 2005, they have what I consider to be one of the best manifestos ever. Like, they were pretty social democratic. They honestly, the more neoliberal party at that point was probably Labour under Blair than the Lib Dems. Lib Dems was like the party that like you supported if you were against Iraq, and maybe if like you were slightly left to Blair. And then Charles Kennedy, I think he had to step down because he was a fucking alcoholic. And then they got Nick Clegg, and Nick Clegg was an extremely like presentable, great speaker, very charismatic, and in the 2010 election, it was like Conservatives first, Labour second, Lib Dems third. And one of Lib Dems' like big policies was that they were going to abolish tuition fees on universities during this election, and they entered in a coalition with the Tories, and the Tories didn't do that because the most important thing for Lib Dems was electoral reform. So they agreed to this like alternative vote referendum that happened, and but because the Lib Dems, because most of the Lib Dems traditional support people that don't like the Conservatives, they are like traditional like Labour voters. They just lost so much support in 5 years. Like I think if I look at it, they went from 56 seats to 8 seats.
Oh, you used the
they went from 23% of the vote to 8% of the vote. And ever since then, they have just not kept up at all. They are just like they gained seats. But they gained quite a lot of seats in the last election. But this is mainly because they only had like 12.2% of the vote, and they gained 64 seats. Like it's literally just because like in these like traditional conservative areas they were voting Lib Dem. I actually voted Lib Dem in the election in 2024 because it was I just tactically voted. And I mean, Labour gained 1.6% of the vote, and they gained 211 seats. So that's but it's quite a weird time. I kind of wish I didn't grow up in a time where everyone seemed to be so fucking crazy in politics. I kind of wish I would have grown up in like the 2000s where there was like the BNP, and they were kind of like had support, but instead of like 20% support, they had like 2% support. But they were like fucking Nazis, and like everyone fucking hated the BNP. And then they went on Question Time, and the like leader like did a really fucking bad job of like defending himself, and like they lost so much support. That's why I think Farage is actually kind of like a genius to an extent, because a lot of those people were just traditional Labour voters that are socially conservative, but like economically populists. And Farage is able to take those people and make them focus more on immigration, and then also shift the economics from economically populist to like more like libertarian-y. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's not happy if you call him Farage a genius, but I understand.
I think he's definitely a political genius. He's very good at I think to a big extent I would say he kind of is. I would be interested in what the odds are right now, but I think he's very likely to be the next prime minister. He's a very, very talented speaker. And he knows how to play the like media and like stuff. And even with Brexit, I mean, Brexit was basically a Farage, almost a solo Farage project. Like getting that done. Like he made UKIP what it was, and then he left UKIP, and UKIP like immediately crumbled, and then he founded his own party, and he got Brexit actually done in 2019, and then and then he left the party, and then nobody cared about his party, and then he rejoined the party as leader, and then everyone cares about the party, and now they might become the next government. So like clearly he's like a ridiculously effective political campaigner. So yeah, and he's yeah, I don't know. But he's not. I think he's a bad guy, but I don't think he's like Trump. I don't think he's fucking absolutely fucking wackadoodle. Like I think he's like I'll be a good example. Who do I think he's like? Maybe like I don't even know why this name's coming to me. Maybe like a Mike Pompeo. I think that's maybe closer to what he's like. But he's not moving like the like who's the fucking good Joe Kent or somebody like that, like who's fucking crazy. That's a big guy. But yeah. She's kind of fucked, but also kind of not fucked. I'm just kind of burying my head in the sand and pretending.
Not yet, anyways. Not until we launch the.
Well, I mean, the midterms are looking they're looking okay, but
yeah, but I mean, it's just not. I don't know. We're almost certainly gonna win the House, from my understanding. They're probably not going to there's just not a ton they can do. It's like they can block like the worst shit. In theory, they can investigate certain things, but who's to say how much Trump is going to comply with those and what can actually be done afterwards, considering it's going to have to be like his DOJ doing a lot of shit. But, you know, there's some hope. Somewhat.
Oh, he joined. Oh, it's
the second one.
The 10-1 proposal. I mean, I'm not a fan. Really, I don't really give a fuck about that kind of stuff.
Praise the Lord.
And the Greens are not being very effective when it comes to realistic policy proposals in the next government. Like, but this is because their base has become over encumbered by the sort of radical progressives that have given up on your party and have sort of flocked into the Greens, because the Greens are like the trendy cool party, like the trendy cool progressive like Bernie party at the moment. But they don't really have like a coherent vision. Like I think the Scottish Greens the other day were talking about the abolition of prisons. Like this is not a thing that they, and it's also another reason why I want to stick with Labour for now, because Labour does have stuff that's keeping me sane. Like not everybody's a Starmer fan. Like there's I think there was a recent grassroots organization that got founded, which is more like we should bring Labour more to like the economically left, but not like a Corbyn left, like a Keynesian left, which I think is based. And there's also, I mean, good MPs. Torsten Bell's good, but he's been kind of chudded out because he used to hate the triple lock, and now he's talking in favor of the triple lock, probably because for political reasons. So yeah.
Shut it out. He's shut it out. That's how we're.
Yep. Hello.
You know what I see a lot on Twitter? I see Restore Britain so much on my Twitter feed. It's like everywhere. Is it just like I feel like it's just like an online thing though, no?
Yeah, I mean Reform's way more popular. I think that even the most generous polls I've seen for Restore have them at like 7%. Like they're less, like the Greens are way more popular, for instance.
They just started though, no, like 2 months ago.
Yeah, but like with the amount of traction and the amount of support that I think they get, like, I mean, Rupert Lowe was on. I think he got interviewed by Tucker. I think. Like,
Yeah.
I don't see it as like hugely changing. Or if it does change, then it's just going to be taken from reform space.
They're falling,
And all of
right?
the big like, yeah, they've fallen from like the low 30s to the mid 20s, but they're still ahead because the other parties, minus the Greens, have still fallen off as well.
Oh.
So yeah, there's that.
Apparently, like Restore has like 150K members though. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but like maybe, but I don't know.
It's like
The polls
all these
aren't
like
the polls aren't backing up the support basically. Like members doesn't really matter all that much, at least in my opinion. You could be a member and not do anything. I don't do any fucking campaigning for Labour. I just fucking vote in like one election every like 2 years.
yeah. I feel like all like the all like the online racists I see, like Steve Laws in the UK, him and like what's that guy
Oh,
with like
I've not seen him in ages. Yeah,
yeah.
no. I mean, these guys have like followings on Twitter, but like Steve Laws, when he's just like, we will deport you. It's like
You're
no
all going back.
this, bro. And it's not happening, man. It's not happening.
Him and that like Nazi YouTuber, it's like his name is like Zoomer Historian. He's from like the UK. They're like they all want a Rupert Lowe and Restore, but I don't think they're gonna succeed.
I think that's why I think the Restore UK people are popular on Twitter just because it's like mostly American anti-immigration people like liking their post. I don't even know how many of them are fucking British.
And bro, like you got to realize, like, look at the following that Jackson Hinkle has on Twitter. Like,
oh yeah.
and then keep in mind that like his bio literally has the fucking American Communist Party in it, and he's got like fucking like 3 million followers, and ACP's still got like fucking 30,000, which is not that bad, but compared to like that following, like that's people are not following for his political opinions. It's not like a representative of real life. Like, similar with Fuentes. Although I do think it is interesting that I'm starting to hear people that I know actually, talk about Fuentes. And I hope this doesn't get me called a groper or something. I think I'm less anti-Fuentes than I was maybe a year and a half ago before Trump got elected.
Racist.
I think I respect the fact that he has like his own views. Like he's not like just like Trump cuck that like always follows what Trump says. Like it's very rare. I mean, well actually there's like Candace and Tucker now, but like pre 2025 that basically didn't exist in the Republican Party. So
but he's not in the Republican Party. Like he's
I mean
he's like anti-Trump insofar as like Trump is like pro-Israel and like doesn't do enough deportations. Like it's all like it's quote unquote his thoughts because not many other people are like they're not willing to say what he says. But it's all just like fucking.
I like the fact that like there's someone attacking him from the right when it's always someone. It was always like from the left for all these years. You know, like he finally
but it's not.
has
But
like
it's just it's like technically from the right, but he's attacking him on just like all the populist like bullshit talking points. I guess like the left, like the left-wing populists don't share the same stuff about immigration, but like half the Israel shit, half of the other bullshit, like it's all.
I think it's just good he has opposition within his party, or not like within like the same movement. You know, like I think Hanania, even like if you think he's like racist or something, but like he has like a good article on like why like Gorperism is just like the natural like logical conclusion of MAGA. It's like they're both like anti-PC. They both like want to keep the white majority in place. They both like hate all institutions. They both are like extremely skeptical of like news media and stuff. So, you know, it's good that they're like looking in the mirror basically with like groypers and stuff. You know, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's just creating
I like the fact that
bad
Fishback is like
attitudes and
they're like no, it's like they're creating like something like you have to confront this. Like you basically created this. You know, like now you have opposition within your own party from like people like Fishback and people like people who are actually willing to stand up to you. You know.
I don't want people like Fishback though, and I feel like they're like, creating more people like Fishback, and like I don't know.
Well, like Trump is such a contemptible figure. He's like he deserves some people to like stand up to him, in my opinion. Like I don't care whatever like their views are. He deserves like his low human capital tendency deserves to be punished, in my opinion.
Sure, I'm just worried.
I mean, look, I'm gonna have the balls to say it because neither of you do. The James Fishback edits, they're cool, bro. He looks
Yeah,
cool in his edits,
I
like he
know.
does. He does, it's
they go hard. You can't lie.
Join
and
the
like
waiting
as we
room
know,
if you
the
want.
game is like won by like 99% by edits. Like, he was making a fucking Kamala Harris edit. It didn't really happen that often. And Trump had a fucking gazillion edits made about him every single day.
I know,
We went
bro.
into 2024.
Dude, the right wing was so ascendant in summer 2024. It was kind of insane. It was like the first time in my life they were like so ascendant.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. I think that it's interesting because I don't know if I'm just clued out. It really does not feel like
join the waiting room.
Charlie
You can
Coates
yell at
death
me
had
there.
mattered almost at all. Like, it really does not feel like
Yeah.
it's had this huge, big effect on shifting people towards like extremism, like
Bro,
and supporting people against the Democrats that people were acting like it was gonna have.
the tweets after the when he died, like from the right wing, they were like, "You're all going to hell. We're locking all you Democrats up," and then nothing happened.
All the Democrats get sent. There's be like Republican senators. All of the Democrats get sent to the camp, and then when Konstantin Kisin is like asked to like defend or like criticize this, he's like, but look at this like random like Twitter person who's got like 2 followers who says like kill all TERFs. Like, that's exactly the same.
And then Trump did fucking nothing. He did nothing about like anything. He didn't arrest any Democrats. He didn't like stick the FBI on anyone.
I mean, he literally like ordered him Bonnie to fucking indict people, right? But it's just that they can't really.
But nothing happened. Like I think, like
nothing happened because
main problem.
Like he had to fire multiple prosecutors to like indict some people, right? Like it's a shop around for the prosecutor he wants. Several of them have been fired. Several of them have resigned. It's just that, the courts they're throwing them out because they're like complete as indictments that are like meaningless. But
yeah. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to see how like the Groypers and like the socialists are like mirror images of each other. And that like Groypers always say that MAGA like isn't doing enough. Like they gave up on deportations. They, they aren't arresting all the Democrats. They're like, net migration is still happening, even though they're like immigration from India is happening. H-1Bs haven't been stopped. And then the leftists say like, oh, like, you guys don't have Medicare for all for the Democrats. You guys, are endorsing genocide or stuff like that. It's like they're like mirror opposites, and MAGA doesn't know how to deal with them. And the Democrats don't know either, because like the headwinds of the party are going like in each direction. I feel like more young people think about like identify as like, oh, I'm progressive. I like Medicare for all. I like all these redistribution programs, stuff like that. And then like young people are mostly groypers, I feel like, on the Republican side too. So like they don't know how to like deal with it, It's so tough because like there's such a schism on the right about Israel, where like every person under 20 or under 30 like despises Israel on the right, and every person over 50 like loves them, like like they're Jewish, So,
but that's what I don't. That's why I'm worried about the like people quote unquote like standing up to Trump or whatever. It's just gonna create more people who like don't think either party is good enough and just hate fucking everything, won't participate in politics, and they are like they're gonna have like conspiratorial thinking about like a lot of Israel stuff and about like money and politics, and they're just gonna have like brain dead like some populist policies, you know.
it's like MAGA though. It's like MAGA, but like, you know, turned up a little bit. Like, is that not just where it's supposed to go? Like, I feel like the America likes MAGA.
Well, I don't know what it's supposed to.
It's just like the logical conclusion of like where MAGA leads to, of you saying fuck every country, fuck every alliance, fuck, you know, fuck free trade, fuck, you know, every woke corporation, you know, we need to have an immigration moratorium. You know, like Charlie Kirk was moving towards Nick Fuentes' policies way more than Fuentes moved to Kirk, like over the past 5 years, you know? Like in 2017, like Charlie Kirk was like, "Oh, legal immigration is good. It's it's only illegal immigration that's bad. Like legal immigration is all good. Like, you know, I only care about legal immigration." But then he changed his policies. He changed his ideas. He was like, you know, like he was talking about banning Indian immigration in 2025. Like, you know, you could have been like deplatformed for that in 2017. You know, like he was like Gorp rising like real quick.
Yeah, but
Bro,
that's just what
nothing would be crazier than people that are acting like Charlie Kirk is a moderate, and like it's just like he's a like there's clips of him that are like we should fucking give Joe Biden the death penalty. Like he was fucking crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, he supported January 6th too. He literally tweeted out like President Pence has the authority to reject the electors and like overturn the election. Like he's yeah.
That's why I mean to some extent I've always respected Shapiro a lot because I feel like he'll be able to push back against this. And we went through a period where with Andrew Tate and Red Pillars and stuff where they just believe in all like conspiratorial nonsense. Like no matter what it is, it's true. Like Fresh and Fit do this and stuff. And I don't know if this is better or worse, but now we're getting like people that I think actually do have their own coherent ideologies that aren't just, you know, like Fuentes. He's not like a fucking like, you know, libertarian retard and stuff. Like he supports Keynesian economics. I'm pretty sure he said.
Twitter's
I don't know if he has
gonna be so broken.
An economic platform.
No. Well, I think I remember somebody said that he'd read Minsky, or he said he read Minsky in something.
Maybe when he was young. I don't know.
I don't know because he started off as a libertarian like ANCAP guy. I'm pretty sure. Or like pretty close to that. Like he talks about Hopper and stuff occasionally. But I think I think a better example would be Clavicular, because like Clavicular actually seems to know some actual research on the stuff he's talking about, and
Bro, Spencer, I told you can join VC if you want to.
I remember when he was asked about anti-vaxxers, he was like, "That's the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, you should actually absolutely get vaccinated." That's maybe better, but also maybe worse because it means that these people are smarter. Like they're not like moving just crazy stuff. But anyway, I have to go. It's so late here, so I'll see you guys there.
Oh, damn.
See you.
Yeah. Wow.
Yo, Nonfon.
Mm-hmm.
My brother.
What's good?
Wait, are you still streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Damn, bro. I just really hate the direction the Republican, Democratic
he had
Party is
to
going.
delete it.
Like, really fucking hate it. You know?
It just think I'm familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Fuck, man. It's just like every young, like, dude, like our, like, being
I
like
remember
our
pulling it
age,
up
it's just
one
like I don't
time.
have anybody to talk to about like politics. Like they're all like
If
it's
you
all like
want to,
fucking like
you
brain
get
dead. Like
you seem to want to. If
like,
you want to, you can.
oh, the fucking Epstein class. Oh, the all the billionaires are so greedy. All
Mm.
the corporations are taking our money. There's like no coherent like I can't argue with someone. Like what do I even say to that? Like I don't know what to say. Like like how am I supposed to disprove your ideas? I don't know. Like do you have a foundation of where you base it on, or do you just like listen to like clips and stuff, you know?
I mean, it's clips. I mean, you've seen me talk to people who are somewhat like that, at least, right? Like that Owen
Yeah,
dude,
it's
half the Jubilee people.
yeah, I don't know. I just miss like I wonder what it was like being under like Reagan and stuff. Like I feel like even though like he was like a celebrity, like I feel like people were more informed back then, even if like we weren't alive. Like um I think it was better when like less people were in politics or less people knew about politics.
Mm. Well,
Like I feel like
I think
Obama kind of messed
like
up.
Hanania, we talked about like the gatekeepers or whatever. I think the media environment is probably just better when like not everyone could be a journalist and show their shit to millions of people. Like there actually had to be some standards, but now, you can just be Nick Shirley or you can just be some anonymous Twitter poster and post your
Yeah.
low human capital stuff.
Yeah.
What
It
is
was
this
like
Shapringo?
it was that and like the awakening. I think the awakening was a big part of like why all the low human capital people got like mad into politics too. Like that was where all my chud friends like they were like I hate when like liberals like try to deny like oh this it didn't happen, but if it did happen it was like it was good. And you're racist or you're transphobic or you're homophobic for complaining about it. Like if the awakening never happened, I bet like we would see like I bet the quality of our discussions would be far higher, in my opinion.
Okay. I don't think, I don't, I mean, when you say the awakening, I obviously agree. We used to be woker, we used to like, 2022, probably like peak wokeness or whatever. And they were kind of stronger platform wide and like cultural standards with regards to like the stuff you could say. But for one, I don't think that our discourse would be significantly better if it hadn't happened. And then for two, I think it is like, I don't know, I think there's some things that it seems like you just either like exaggerate or like just like weight too heavily, in my opinion, from that stuff.
I think the main problem with the awakening is that it got the chuds activated they were like supercells. It got them active for politics because you told them you couldn't say this or that. It was like it was like all these like it was like all these new restrictions, like which I think everyone knows stuff like this happen. Like sometimes I think there is sometimes exaggerations, I think from the conservative side, but it was mainly based on like some true set of things that really happened. And then liberals can defend it by saying it was good, and um, conservatives can say it was bad. But like it still holds that it was an ideologically motivated action that happened, you know? Like in 2018, I don't know if you could be like openly skeptical of like trans stuff without getting banned on Twitter, or online or
I
even
don't
like academia.
believe that's the case. I think
In
like
you
you
got
couldn't get
banned.
out. You could. I mean, I wasn't on Twitter in 2018, but like you couldn't like, you know, use slurs or like directly harass trans people the way you can now. But like, I feel like there were plenty of people
I feel like
skeptical of trans people or whatever. Probably perfectly okay on Twitter back then. I don't know.
I think we've swung the pendulum too far now, but like back then I was bad, bro. Like I was 12 in 2018, but like I had a burner account. Like it was like all the main stuff was like oh like KIL all men or like um it was like fuck, or like something is like ADHD, or like ADHD didn't let me do this, or like you know,
But like that
it
always,
was
like
like,
that stuff all still exists on like fucking cringe TikToks. Like it probably just
yeah, but like the thing
that's
is, it
one
was like
sample.
it was used by like institutions, like the cancel culture like held like real power back then. It was like nowadays cancel culture
I agree. I think
like there's
cancel
no such
culture
thing
was like
anymore.
more effective and everything back then. It's just that like I I just don't think the actual like cancel culture part of it like ever went as far as you think it did, or like was like ever hyper woke like the, you know, ADHD, self-diagnosed autism bullshit stuff. Like I don't think the cancel
You
culture
don't think
stuff
it
ever
went
applied
too
to that.
far?
The cancel culture stuff, I think it probably did, but like not really. I just don't think I don't think people ever like canceled for anything like that wasn't that was like only cancelable by peak woke cringe TikTok, cringe Twitter, Tumblr standards. It was mostly like either like sexual assault claims, or like there were people canceled for like old tweets, obviously, that were like jokes, but they were pretty clearly like, you know, essentially racist jokes. It's like, you know.
I think since we're like, wait, you're 20, right?
Yeah.
I'm 19, so I wasn't like conscious like free woke.
I mean,
like I was like, I had no clue.
Obviously,
like,
I don't believe in rights in the natural rights sense or anything.
But I feel like since it was a lot more permissive.
And I think when people say rights come
like,
from governments, a lot of times it's just like
a
miscommunication happening, and not someone like
broke the
rejecting
on, like,
that any rights can pre-exist government. But
you know, they broke the levy on talking about like race and like disparities, you know, because they were like, if you don't ascribe every difference in group outcomes to oppression, you're racist. And then like there was this broad expansion of like what racist meant, like, oh, like all white people are systemically racist because they hold the majority of power, and racism is prejudice plus power, and that's why, you know, why all white people are oppressors, you know, like
I think there was a like expansion of what people meant by racism, and that definitely happened. But like, I don't know if there was ever. I don't know if like the majority of Democrats even would ever like buy into the entirety of like the power plus prejudice thing. I think obviously there was a movement to like understand systemic racism, you know, more broadly or whatever. But I don't think you can't accept that without like also accepting the, you know, the peak woke power plus prejudice. You can never be racist against like white people stuff. But hold on, I gotta yell at chat real quick. I don't think that like rights is not a clear enough term for me to me to like comment on that or whatever. Like I don't, like rights being a construct. Like I don't. It's just not a clear enough term. So I don't believe in natural rights existing in the same sense that you do, or that like Ryan does, for example. So when you say like, oh, you think rights are just a construct, you have to understand that it's not me saying that like I think freedom of speech or whatever is like just a construct or whatever. It's like I'm speaking in a different sense than you are. I don't believe that they are like things or like abstract objects or like something that like is intrinsically valuable, right? Because that's just not my base level philosophy. And I think there's like, I think sometimes when people say this shit, and it happens on Twitter a lot, people argue like libertarians, some miscommunication happening between people who think differently on that issue. You just have to like understand me saying like, if I say like I don't believe in like natural rights or whatever, does not imply something like, for example, like what oftentimes people like you, you know, will like take away from that. It's like, oh, Nafon doesn't believe in natural rights, therefore Nafon believes rights is a construct, and Nafon believes that like if society agreed, if there's like majority support or something for not extending like rights to black people, and like the government was more powerful and like could quell any like slave rebellion, therefore like Nafon thinks that that would be moral or whatever, because he thinks rights are just a construct created by society and it's all like cultural. I just don't think it applies to anything about that. Okay, what's up?
I think the spurring of like it was obviously driven by like the police shootings during like BLM, the spurring of like wokeness. But I feel like, just like the fact that liberals thought like thousands of black men were being murdered by cops, like unarmed black men specifically, like every year. It was just like, like what planet are we on at this point? Like it was like, I think we can acknowledge like there was like a society-wide effort by like institutions in general that have been taken over by progressives to like, block out, conservative speech in a
I don't know
way.
if I would agree with that. I think that like there was more influence of progressives on institutions, obviously, and like there were things they did that and I think a broader culture that companies and institutions were trying to adhere to that like sort of penalized in a like oftentimes not strictly anti-free speech in a sense that like I don't know, it was like some genuine crackdown or anything like on by the government or whatever, but like it was just like more cultural pressure and such.
It was cultural. I don't think it was
yeah.
government led per se, because I think the Joe Biden 2020, the vaccine stuff, I think the evidence for that is like pretty weak. They literally just told like Twitter, just like, please take it down for government safety or like for public safety. And they didn't oblige and they were like, fine, whatever. I don't think it was like mostly government led, but it was more like culturally led, which the Democrats then adhered to by having all these like novel ideas about how crime is driven by, the material conditions of said person. So therefore we shouldn't prosecute them as harshly, or we should let misdemeanors we should just abolish misdemeanors. Or
But like I just don't. So like I think many people in the Republican Party even today are like basically Christian nationalist theocrat type people. Like Charlie Kirk like was a like Christian theocrat, like very like he's anti-gay marriage, like he's very anti-abortion, like he's very much influenced by the Christian teachings on those issues and on broader like social issues, right? And I think like it, but there was never a reality where Republicans were gonna like ban abortion nationwide, or like obviously some of the most conservative states have done abortion bans up to like 6 weeks or whatever, right? But there are not many even Republican states that have like super restrictive abortion laws of the type that fucking Charlie Kirk would want or whatever. And like I just think it's like basically the same thing with like the ultra woke Democrat people. It's like I think they had too much like power within the Democratic Party and within certain institutions, but like I don't know, there's just like never a reality where this stuff got that far. Like even a few like local communities or whatever that did elect some like ultra woke person on like the crime issues and stuff, like No Opinion wrote an article about this. Basically all of them like flip-flopped on that pretty quickly. So
on police funding, I read that article. In my opinion, like the I know it's like a silly like Republican talking point, but like the engine. Did you read like the conversation me and what's his name, Copthanoke,
okay, yeah,
had on like the LA NGOs, like where like
I don't remember that. Was I there for that? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, you might not have read it. It was basically like the city like funds like a nonprofit to help with like homelessness, and like that NGO in turn sues the city for like cleaning up encampments, and you know, it's just like there's just like this endless like cycle of like there's these like there's like these groups, like everyone knows what, like if you're in Dem party like inter-party politics, you know what like the groups are. You have to pander to them or else you're not getting like Joe Biden for the most part, you know, he was, you know, he was like he had to go to these immigrant groups and make sure that, you know, we had to accept all these people for asylum claims when they were, you know, obviously fake. Or, you know, or he had to pander to the antitrust people when it came to, or like the Warrenites when it came to like Lena Khan being appointed to the FTC, or, you know, you had to pander to the progressive when you had to pass the American Rescue Plan, or you had to do this. Like, I feel like when people elected, like people, like someone elected like Joe Biden, you know, like people, um, no one like people are just asking for like he was running more he was I think relative to like past
Welcome
past
back, Salty.
like campaigns he was running as a more progressive candidate, but people really elected him to like a moderate person, like, you know, just like don't allow like these millions of fake asylum claims, and don't, you know, pass like outrageous spending plans. Just be normal in policy, pass like, you know, some normal like, you know, energy policy, whatever, and normal Democrat stuff like that what Obama would do. And like he might not have gotten like reelected because of his age, but he certainly would have gotten like higher approval, you know? Like you know, you don't need to feed into all these like groups like trying to like persuade you to do things that are unpopular, you know?
I mean, I think probably Joe Biden himself is not like making. I think sometimes he was, but like sometimes I don't know if he's making a super conscious decision about needing to do something to appeal to certain people. I think there were cases like that where, like, my understanding is that there kind of was agreements between, like, when other people dropped out, they would do so if, you know, they got positions in Biden's cabinet, or like some of their advisors got positions in Biden's cabinet, so they could get some concessions on like policy things. I think there is sometimes a issue of like delegation, and it probably is the case that like kind of a lot of the civil service in some cases is like controlled by people who are like more progressive than the administration, and that leads to some issues. But I don't know how much Joe Biden is like making those decisions consciously.
Like, I don't know. We don't know if he was like had dementia for like the past like year.
Sure. Well, yeah, but I mean that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, I think probably, you know, he trusted the people around him, and sometimes, yeah, they probably did things that were more progressive than like people's impression of Biden would ordinarily be. But I'm not sure he's like making any conscious decisions with regards to like, oh, you know, I need to appeal to progressives by doing X thing. He probably just had genuine beliefs about what was good and bad, and wanted to do good things. I don't know. I just take Biden to be a pretty decent person. Like,
I think he's a decent man, but like, you know, he was the one that got us Trump, if we're being real. Like, all of his actions preceded, you know, what the second term of Trump is, you know, like, no, Trump wouldn't have any cultural cafe to do the immigration raids without the migrant crises in New York City and other cities as well.
Biden controlled the migrant crisis in New York City. That seems a little.
I mean, it was directly from the surge, which Texas transported to New York City. Now,
I think it was, but Joe Biden doesn't control what Texas does, or what New York gives to immigrants.
Joe Biden controlled the executive controls the border, essentially.
No, they do. What could he have done even?
Just keep in place the remain in Mexico.
That affected like 80,000 people. It was like, and it was probably not a significant deterrent. That probably is not gonna change significantly.
Or like do the legal shit. Like who the fuck cares? Just do like the.
You want the president to break the law?
Brought down. Like, it's clear. Like, I think it's obviously like clear that like the asylum law is like fucking broken. Or like pass like a bill, pass a asylum bill like
He tried to
first
pass
year.
bills. He did try to pass an immigration bill his first year too. I forget exactly what happened to it, and I don't think it was I don't know what authority would have given him with regard to the border. It was my understanding the bill he tried to pass in his first year was like a decently progressive immigration bill, but
yeah, just like oh yeah, because like it was off the 2020 primary where like they were like literally advocating for open borders or like decriminalizing crossings now. So yeah, I mean, I think everyone was cognizant that letting in so much asylum seekers was pretty unpopular, but they had to do it for like X ideology. Like
you don't think like I'm not even aware of like what significant changes did Biden make to asylum that like you think significantly influenced it? Because like I don't even, the more I read into this, I'm like I don't know, like the executive order he tried to do was illegal even, so I don't know. I don't know how exactly what he could have done even.
There was a if you read have you read the David Beer article?
No, I haven't read it yet. But I have it saved still, I think.
It argues that Biden like didn't cause the border crisis. But that like it assumes that like these like the asylum processes, like that these were all like these were all like legitimate claims, and you had to like.
But I don't think you have to assume that. I just don't know how much Biden could have changed there, considering.
Or he could have just had like the ports, or like have set up like agreements with Mexico, or like to.
But he did do that a bit. We got agreements with like Guatemala and Honduras and stuff. And he got agreement like a $1.5 billion like commitment from Mexico to spend on like border security stuff.
No, I mean like just like what like Trump did in 2018, I believe, or like Trump he I forget the exact thing. He set up like I have to look it up. Yes, he like did some bill in 2019 or 2018 where he like where he did something with Mexico, and then Biden repealed it within his first 100 days. I forget exactly, but just like generally, like the 100 days no deportations thing, you're just like, this is stupid, like idiotic thing to start off your presidency with. Yeah, I don't know if it shows that like I think people know by now that Trump, like the president, can effectively shut down the border.
Yeah, if you do illegal shit.
Regardless, there's like a consensus of Americans that believe the asylum law is fucking broken, and like there's no congressional willingness to actually reform it. It's just to legalize a bunch of undocumented workers here, or not give them citizenship, but like, have you seen the Dignity Act, like the one Republicans are all mad at?
No, I don't think so.
It's basically gives like people who are like long term or like here for like 5 or more years, like it gives them like visas to stay here, but not like citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
I think when I talk to like normal Americans, it just like makes them like they can acknowledge the economic benefits of like or like immigrants broadly, right? Even illegal immigrants, but like my parents, they're immigrants as well. Like they're legal immigrants from Asia, and they like they're like, oh, like we got in through the right. We did like fuck ton of paperwork. We did like like I went to a really good college in order to get the green card and stuff, and like they get really mad when you can just like hop on, say like you got killed, you got like assaulted for being gay in your country or something, and then like hop over the border. You know, I think that's like the feeling I get from like normal Americans in general.
I mean, I think Americans have like those feelings or whatever. It's just hard. I don't. It's just hard for me to like if I can. It seems like you as other people sometimes like you want me to like if I can hardcore like condemn Biden or like when I say condemn, I just mean not on a basis of like necessarily the policy itself being bad or like, but like it's just on him like it feels like you guys like want me to stake some significant like blame for like Biden doing these things with, leading to like Trump winning the election. It's just like I'm not. It's hard for me to like blame someone who I think is like just a fundamentally decent person who like you able to chat real quick. I mean, you can join Charsky. I do probably have to end somewhat soon, but I guess I have time. Like I think he's probably just a pretty decent person, probably doing what he thinks is best, and like it's probably hard for him to have like significant foresight over like what is going to be like the biggest issues in the future that's going to affect the election. I mean, obviously he should have known. He should have known to like drop out, obviously, but you know.
Yeah. He said he was going to be like a one-term president too. Yeah, right? But yeah.
I believe so. Oh fuck.
Biden would have won. I'm pretty convinced. But here's a quick meme non-fun. I'm curious your thoughts on this.
Okay.
Wait, is this a broader conversation that I'm hijacking here, or?
No, you're good. You're good.
No, you're good.
Okay. So the idea is if you're sort of an animal welfare maximalist, you're going to end up thinking that the sort of central facts that should guide social decision making are facts about the effects of these decisions on the welfare of animals. And because animal welfare can't really be central to market decision making, we should prefer non-market decision making. Look, animals can't be. It's like, and you know, maybe you want to correct this crazy externality with the state, and that's fine. But it seems like you're going to have to, just because the sort of most important effects of most of our actions are going to be effects on animals, and it doesn't seem like you can really price in those effects in a way that isn't just basically state price setting for the vast majority of goods, right? Like, or for basically every good. It seems like you're going to end up with at least like a super crazy heavy, crazy active state. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I guess I don't know. Like, for one, many of the decisions we make probably like they indirectly affect animal welfare, but many of them are also like positively affecting animal welfare. So I think like destroying habitat and stuff like that, like building new cities and new fucking plants and new parking lots, like probably does probably does reduce wild animal suffering. So like to the extent capitalism does stuff like that better than like I think a socialist state would or whatever, then that probably is like good for animal welfare. And then like I think I don't know, to end the most egregious practices or whatever, I don't think would take like a super heavy state apparatus. Like I think, you could ban many factory farming practices. Illegal. You could you could fucking you can make like most farming illegal or whatever.
Which I'm so pilled on that being that I just there's no argument. But yeah, I guess my worry is that so I agree that if you buy that capitalism is this like super uniquely pro-growth,
probably relatively humane
social system, you're going to think that there's these sort of knock-on effects that are sort of affect animal welfare positively. But it seems like if we think that what should guide our decisions are moral facts, and the most important moral facts for any of our decisions are going to be the effects of these decisions on, or for a vast majority probably, are going to be the effects of these decisions on animal welfare, it seems like the only way we can really effectively like really rationally make these sorts of decisions are if we are actually these decisions are made on the basis of the facts about animal welfare. This is a sub part of my actual broader like central reason why I'm not a capitalist. I just thought this was a funny sort of funny niche example of my central problem. But yeah,
I guess I'm just not.
The socialist state is going to abolish shrimp. There are going to be no shrimp because they live these terrible lives.
How do I know we're not going to just have like a shrimp sovereign wealth fund that like is like all the factory farms are socially owned and we have profit maximizing like holding companies that are still doing the factory farming.
Well, that's how do that's you gotta make sure we have the good socialism, right? Like, how do you know we're not gonna have markets full of people who love shrimp more than anything in the world and are willing to pay? They just irrationally love shrimp above synthetic shrimp. They love real shrimp. Gotta when we're doing comparative economics, we gotta compare. We gotta do ideal political theory. That's yeah. But you said you had to go, but I thought it was a fun meme. I wondered if you had thoughts. Yeah.
Well, I give you that. That is a funny meme, though.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, appreciate it. I think it should only be gift memberships that are that way. I believe regular memberships are still are the cheaper amount, I believe. Well, I can check on my. If I pull up my stream on my second phone. Yeah. Hold on. If I pull it up on my second phone, you can see 99 cents to become a member. The next one is $3, and the next one after that is $7. I just thought if I had to show my love, I don't think I'm poor tier though. I think you're a full. I believe you're a full fawner. I gotta add like custom badges. I just don't know what to like make them, and it's kind of annoying to do through YouTube because they have to be very specific sizes and they can't be too big. But I remember being annoyed making the emotes for YouTube. Okay, well, we can save that video for tomorrow that we were watching earlier. It's a while ago now. Okay, yeah, okay. I do gotta go. But I love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Love that people come around, stop by and chat, and stop by in the Discord chat as well. I will probably be streaming tomorrow. We're to have more random slop to talk about. I am gonna reach out to. I'm gonna see if I can reach out to those the sweatshop protesters I was talking about earlier, as well as that tax guy. I think if I get the tax guy, that'd be good. That'd be fun.
When the derivatives stop looking like homework and start looking like free money.
Real. I got no one better to send you to, so head over to Food Shop. Okay, yeah. I have to go tomorrow, so it might be a little bit later stream or whatever, but actually it should be probably about the stream time as I started today. But I'll see you guys then. Yeah, love you guys. See you later. Appreciate it. I literally have the start and stop in sync with OBS enabled, yet it doesn't do it. I have to hit stop again. Okay, for real this time, I hit stop on YouTube specifically,